Before we get started proper, I wanted to show off something. So I was doing some of the Voss bonus series off camera during my lunch break, as I am wont to do. This is the last bonus series, and therefore I really wanted to get this crap over with. So I was like, okay, I'm going to do this. And this looks kind of familiar. In fact, it looks extremely familiar. Wait a second. And as I was doing the bonus series, I have a quest to go down there to that fortress area down there. You see it? I have to go down there and hit some specific items and do some specific... You don't care. The point is, I have to go stop the Gormak. Now, you may or may not remember that, regardless of how this story arc goes, the Gormak and the Voss find out they're the same people, spoilers, and that they're together and yada yada yada. We already covered this when doing the Voss on the other side. Okay. Cool. So what's the problem? Well, first of all, the Republic bonus series was about going after the Gormak, who were on the warpath for some reason. So here on the Sith side, we're going after the Gormak, who are on the warpath for some reason. Now, hang on, it actually gets even worse than that, and that's why I'm sitting right here. You see these two people who were here when I started the stream? These are the Republic quest givers. I can't actually talk to them, but these are they, trust me. They're the ones who give me those quests I'm about to do on the Republic side. This is a level of copy-paste I'm actually legitimately impressed by. Which brings me to an interesting question. No, I don't know if you can tell, Micromono, they're green. They are friendly NPCs. So we have to decide, I suppose, essentially how many negatives this gets. I'm thinking 50. No, I'm joking. The truth is...
What is new?
The truth is, obviously, this is filler. And it is lazy filler. But we don't really have a lot of precedence for this exact kind of thing within the same game. Jesus Christ, game, really? In short, we don't usually give a game a negative if there's the same exact quest. But this is a little bit different, because it isn't exactly the exact same quest. And we're drifting into, thickly territory, and that's one of the reasons I wanted to kind of do this on camera a little bit. Because I'm not actually sure how to review this. I know what I think of it. But I'm not sure how we should actually rate this. Listen, this run is just, it's too much, Django. Here, let me ask Django. Django doesn't actually watch our streams or have any idea how we do things, so he's a complete outsider perspective here. So, Django, these quests are almost identical to the Republic quests. How would you rate that? The quests are bad, by the way. Let's get that out of the way. Well, we've never really had a precedence for copy-pasting before. The only two MMOs we've covered so far are Star Trek Online and Final Fantasy XIV. Neither of whom do that kind of thing. Come here. Hell, WoW doesn't even do this crap. Well, no, that's actually fair. The Discovery intro was copy-pasted. Never mind. So we have one precedence for this. The Discovery intro. I actually forgot about that. Oh. Means I'm going to have to go see how I rated that, if I rated that at all. If we didn't rate it, then there's our precedence. Let's go ahead and get into a safe spot here. I can say, thank you, Papa Neeks. I mean, many people, myself included, have referred to the reviews as case law several times for good reason. And that's going towards Star Wars Bounty Hunter. And is that an anniversary sub? That is an anniversary sub, so I gotta bow some more. Thank you, Papa Neeks, for, what is that, 4 years? 4 years of support. Thank you. I will put that anniversary sub towards that. You missed it, Papa Nix. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So, means I need to finish this quest is what I need to do. What I'm grateful for is how much better this game is than Star Wars Galaxies. I mean, could you imagine if we were reviewing Star Wars Galaxies? Actually, I was thinking about that for a minute. I'm pretty sure a Star Wars Galaxies review would last a single day. At launch. I never played it with any expansions, obviously. That's not a dig. That is a statement of fact. There's just so little content to actually cover in Star Wars Galaxies at launch that it really would probably be just... Alright, so here's the character creation, plus to that. Here's the, whatever they call them, the theme parks. And here's the town. And here's the repeatable quests. And that's it. And yeah, no, exactly. That's exactly where that thought process came from, Django. It would be like reviewing Eve. It would be a 2-hour review. Okay, so here's how the controls work. Here's how the HUD works. Here's how the in-game economic system works. And here's how you get around. That's kind of it. Everything else is dependent upon the players. So in general, I think going forwards, I'm just going to veto any game that leans heavily onto player-generated content because honestly, it just doesn't fit the review format because I'm not reviewing the players or what they have made. I am reviewing the game. It's not like a mod where I can just say, this mod is great or whatever. So we'll put 2 of these yahoos. You, die. Minecraft actually has a decent amount of content. Me and my brother-in-law have been thinking about exactly what a Minecraft review would entail because there's been some interest on that front. And honestly, that's pretty easy to structure. There's a lot of ways to actually review Minecraft. Where is... Terraria? I don't think Terraria would be easier to review than Minecraft, no. Especially since I've never beaten Terraria. So, less knowledge, less understanding, etc., etc. Use. Down. 2-star line. Don't mind me. Hi, Mr. Red. I don't know, Jay Palmer. I know nothing about it. I would have to look into it. I mean, that sounds about right, Mr. Red. Waiting to see what my next tax bill is going to be. Hint, it's obviously 4 digits. Mod reviews are not off the table. In fact, we've not only are mod reviews not off the table, we've already reviewed several mods, and there are several mods that are on the list for funding someday. I gotta remember how to play a different class here. Sorry, give me a second. Yeah, we're about to finish Belsavis, is where we're actually at right now. I just wanted to finish this bonus series because once we finish this, all the bonus series are done. This is the end of the bonus series. It's this Voss crap right here. Oh, by the way, if you want to join me, Papa Nix, you're more than welcome to. You don't have to, but you're welcome to. So, this is going to be just a huge weight off of my mind, being done with this crap. Because after this, we'll just do Belsavis, and they're like, yeah. And then we'll just do Voss, and then we'll just do Corellia, and then we're done. And we can go do class stuff. Alright, so now I gotta do that one. And yeah, we kind of covered the restored content mod in the KOTOR 2 lore run, I think. Or review? I don't actually remember. Damn it, J. Palmer. freak out for a second. I need to go up, don't I? Of course I do. Was it the lore run? I actually don't remember. The lore run was actually quite a while ago. It was one of the earlier games up for consideration for lore run. Excuse me! Oh my god, stop rooting me. Nobody cares about any of you. You know, I'd say lore runs have effectively been discontinued, because they have. But we did do a lore run earlier this year, so what the hell do I know? I think we did too. God, I love this enemy placement. Look at that. Look at that. Pure poetry in game design. Beautiful. Never have I been less inclined to play the content of a game than when doing a bonus series. Truly one of the most amazing things in game design history. What did we do this year? I'm trying to find... Well, okay, FF14 is the obvious one, Warp Core. I might actually kill at this point. Whoa, camera. Camera? There we go. By camera, I mean game. Where's... you know what? That's acceptable. I accept that. That'll be a lot faster. What else did we do this year? Lufia would probably qualify. Scroll up a little bit. God of War, kind of. That's odd. Where's... Let me get really angry here. So angry about dying to level 47 mobs. As a level 78 tank, by the way, Django. A tank? Thank you, Ranzada. Always appreciate. I will put that towards the Zelda block. Thank you. Give me a moment. I'll write that down right now. What else did we do this year? I actually did a bunch earlier this year. I forgot about that. Like a lot. Oh, that's right, because that was the short block. Oh yeah, Portal. There you go. There was a lore run. So Portal. That was the other one I was thinking of. Portal, God of War, Lufia, and of course Final Fantasy XIV. So I guess we're still doing lore runs. Whatever. I don't care. Nobody cares. Nobody watches me for lore runs. I hope. I mean, I've talked about this before. Lore runs were always a finite thing. There were always going to be a limited market, and there was always going to be a point at which I ran out of lore runs to do. We're kind of already there. That's why, like, 8 years ago, I started really pushing for pulling the plug on lore runs and shifting more towards reviews. Fine, retrieve the damn bomb. Why is this the light side option? Let's retrieve the Omega Bomb here. Which I'm just going to put in my bag, apparently. Let's not even talk about that. Because I am still interested in the gameplay and story axes of game design, Warp Core. Lore and runner. That was always the thing. Calling the actual lore runs was a side consequence of the name. But the lore runs come from lore runner. Lore runner doesn't come from lore runs. Just about, Warp Core. Just about. Oh my god, no. No, my god. The Imperials have been using bomb materials for have been arming the Gormak. No, they're evil. Lore Shock. No, Lore Walker comes from Lore Runner. Admittedly. And no, not from Warcraft. That's unrelated. Where do I turn this in? Never mind. Yeah, give me that worthless crap I don't care about. Okay, now what? What? Okay. I thought we were about done, because on the Republic side, that was the end of that. But over here, we gotta go all the way up north. In gigantic zones with slow movement speed. Hang on, ready for this? Ready for this? Hey, Django, I'm gonna give you a taste of Star Wars Galaxy's gameplay. Ready for it? Here it is! Wait, I found an enemy. Let me dance at them. Gotta raise the blue bar. Okay, all joking aside, that was actually one of my I thought that was one of the better ideas that Star Wars Galaxies had. I honestly think they screwed it up, but I do think it was a good idea. They had 3 different types of health in Star Wars Galaxies. There was health, stamina, and mind, I think? The blue bar. And the blue bar was raised by doing blue bar stuff. My first character in Star Wars Galaxies was a dancer, aka a blue bar healer. I thought that was cool. But I'm a weirdo. Probably dying to Anakin, Lothario. I would not give Star Wars Galaxy's Lamentation territory. It's just kind of a vacuous game.
For sore-eyed, lasted Republic troop.
It looks like there are...
It's a Voss out. Lord Palace said so. Those...
Really? Really?
You think
If Rackland's after hitting his rear...
This really is the exact same quest.
Rackland gets...
Slightly different dialogue.
And a mystic had to...
I'm guessing you won't...
I'll be here, coordinate these coordinates.
Alright, well that means we've got a whole other wave of side quests to do. So let's just
I say again, nothing. One of the local bigwigs...
pull this up really quick here.
You're out here.
Ridiculous, isn't it? Some Voss missed insist the creatures be
Uh-huh.
I doubt these things.
Something ate the Empire's reputation. Perhaps you could...
I suppose...
Excellent. I outfitted Bravo. Obviously, the grenade...
Well, it helped that it was literally last week, Caspian. And, Jameis.
Hold that thought. Welcome to... Is there something I can...
Sergeant,
Here,
you must help.
help me out, would you?
You will do your job, Sergeant. The Empire
I'm gonna let this
does
one
not
play.
tolerate incompetence.
I'm sorry, my lord. Please.
Gormak have taken the ruins.
Okay, we're good.
Claimed to... It would take... This is the
Calm down.
You are a light ruins team below great...
Yep, same freaking quests. And the best part is in many of these cases, the bonus series at least are in different areas, but as I highlighted earlier, these literally are physically in the same zone. Because there's going to be a whole ship up there, and I'm telling you, it's the same freaking quest. Whatever. We'll do this. I will do this off camera later. I will not force you to endure any more of this. I'm not trying to discourage you, Lothario, but I do like to be honest. I'm just going to tell you, keeping Force Unleashed canon... Excuse me. Keeping Force Unleashed in the rewrite is going to be an uphill battle. I just want you to know that. Yeah, there is a way to do third-party factions. This is not how you do that. This is literally a copy-paste... Copy-pasta? I don't know what the term is. Whatever you kids call this stuff. This is just... Hell, WoW, this game was copying when it did this, does a separate method, which is arguably better and debatably worse. In WoW, if you have a neutral quest, it's a neutral quest. You know, any side can do it. It is the one singular quest chain. right, Lataria, let's do this. Hang on. Let me get the battle music going. Okay, here we go. Hang on. Okay, we're good. BRB. Listen, I know I'm a weirdo, but I needed my carrots. I didn't have my carrots. Because they weren't done cooking yet. Good night, Giga. Get some rest, or else. Alright, now, let's go gather even more ghosts.
I did as you said.
You got scans? Let's see what we can find out. I've consulted with the team. It does appear you found our transport system. The aliens who built these devices believed that anyone who imprinted their genetic code on a transport site could travel there instantly from any other.
I sincerely doubt it.
Probably alien superstition. Some sort of temple. There's no such thing as a matter transmitter. Still, it must have done something. If you can locate and operate the other stations, you could move around this prison faster than anyone. Meanwhile, we'll be here, making sense out of it.
I can't believe I'm actually going to take Django's suggestion on this, but I think I'm going to take Django's suggestion on this. For the Voss bonus series. Because I know what's coming up. I know what the rest of the quests are. I could probably just stop. I'm going to do the quest just to see if the story varies any. But I'll do that off camera some other time. For now, be-paced territory. Now, get matter transporters in Star Wars. No comment. Hi, Arcano. And hi, Evo. Today has been an interesting day. I think that's a good word to use. Oh, you want to hear something funny, Evo? So, I wanted donuts for the next several days. I know. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to get this special thing. There's a local place. They've got this whole deal going on right now where they have autumn donuts, right? Like pumpkin-flavored stuff and cinnamon spice. And you get the idea, right? Just autumn-flavored donuts. So I'm like, cool. Costs a little bit extra, but it's worth it. And I like the people who work there, so cool. So, I order it. It gets delivered by a third party. The third party delivers it. I'm like, cool. I open it up and I see a dozen completely regular donuts. Now, this is problematic for several reasons.
Order of the Imperial Reclamation.
Ignoring the obvious fact that I do not have, my donuts, there's also the fact that regular donuts are substantially cheaper. We're talking just like a dozen glazed. It's literally just a dozen glazed. Now, they're decent glazed. It's I'm not here to complain. But I did, basically ring them up and be like, hey, problem. Now, what I was hoping / expecting was for a replacement. Or maybe like a... You give me a discount on getting me my actual donuts that I actually wanted. The decision that they came to, and I'm not sure what I think of this, they said, we'll just refund you and call it a day. And I'm like... So I have a dozen glazed, which I got for free. That's my day.
At last, I have found it. The Mother Machine, the culmination of Rakatan biological science. They tried to keep me from learning their secrets, but they failed. I will be remade. I will be more powerful than ever.
I don't know, Warpcore. I'd have to ask a judge at this point. Do I think the score for Tor would go up if I didn't have to play it almost every day? You would not believe how often I get that question, Django. Not for Tor, but just in general. Hey, look, I don't think he, made it. Either way, the answer is no. The score would not go up or down or in between. I actually have a little bit of a mental checklist thing. And one of the items on that checklist is, does this game speak English or not? Directive, terminate non-Rakata. One of the things on that checklist is, would I enjoy this game more if I was watching a show or a movie while doing it? You know, if I had something else going on the side so that I could be entertained while I play the game. And I phrase it that way very much on purpose. Because while that might overall improve my mood, and it would improve my mood by virtue of the fact that I'm paying less attention to the game, which is a damning statement for the game. Besides, I'm actually not bored of Tor yet, believe it or not. I mean, I'm going to be really glad to be through with the slog, which we will finish either today or tomorrow. But, no, I'm good. Hello? You performed most acceptably. You might have turned away. You might have been killed, but here you are. Perhaps there's hope for the slave races after all.
You'll find I'm far from powerless. Besides, condescension is unbecoming.
You will not profit by denying your station. I'm Morton Gorsha. We're the last of the true masters, the Rakata. We watch over this place, guarding it from intruding slaves.
Perhaps you haven't noticed, but your prisoners are escaping.
They are not what we guard, nor do we care about the other slaves that meddle here. They have no imagination. But you found our machines and wondered why, and that question led you to us. Nothing on this planet escapes our notice. We cannot heal you, but we can rebuild you. First, you will have to do something for us.
What can a slave like me do for such perfect beings?
Long ago, we Rakata began to lose our connection to the Force. We formed this place as a place of research. We plan to study the lesser species and see what could be modified for Force sensitivity. We would use that knowledge to save ourselves. That is the reason we built the machine. It can rebuild you. But you must allow it to take an imprint of your pattern so we may continue our research.
It would be an honor.
It is simple. Use the data key to access the heart of the prison and access the machine. It is programmed to follow the instructions on the key. It will take your pattern and then rebuild you. Close. Rattata is a Pokemon. Rakata are not. Rakata, morons. I try to be of some service, Orcano. Eric. It's fine, Schmidov. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Why would you have a choice in a BioWare game? Let alone an MMO. God. We'll talk about the Mother Machine in just a minute. We're racing to it. We've done all the other stuff. Oh. Hi, Andrew.
There.
Funny little anecdote, speaking of Star Wars Galaxies. Star Wars Galaxies was the specific game that taught me that I don't actually enjoy player-generated content. I mean, I've always suspected that. And there's several other examples of types of games that rely heavily on player-generated content that came out before then. Remember, I fell out of fighting games long before Star Wars Galaxies was ever even made. But Star Wars Galaxies was the final time where I was like, you know what, if this doesn't work for me, if this doesn't click with me, nothing's ever going to. Being able to just run around and do whatever I want to in Star Wars? Come on. being said, I did try EVE Online quite a few times, although that was more a bit of desperation. Do you know how few freelancer games there are out there? I'll give you a hint. Not a lot.
Hush. Which of my children are you? Why have they sent you to me?
You are not my mother. I am a lord of the Sith, and I command you to remake me.
I may not have birthed you, but I am the mother of your species. I created your kind. My children are as numerous as the Rakata once were. I called them Twi'lek, Sabrak, Eshka. I loved them all. I can remake you, but I must ask you to free me. I will no longer slave to the Rakata. Their age is done.
You're some sort of artificial intelligence the Rakata used to create new life forms.
The Rakata enslaved me to create a force-powerful species that might give them insight into their own lost sensitivity.
Bah! Never trust a machine.
They took some of my children for slaves, imprisoned others for further experimentation or destruction. Please, you must release me.
Notice the light side option is to not release the AI. Also, how's that for a random lore dump? Surprise! The Rakata built several species in the Star Wars galaxies, including the ever-popular Twi'leks. Anyways.
Alright, how do I release you?
The Rakata gave me the freedom to create within their parameters, but they built me to be far more powerful. Disable the terminals nearby. They restrain me. With release, I will remake you however you please.
There could be something in that. Power for you is power for us. Bah! What she calls affection is just a series of subroutines. Don't trust her.
Yeah, no.
Sorry, but the voices in my head say not to help you, and I'm inclined to agree. Rebuild me now.
Then you abandon your mother. I hope your pattern poisons those tyrants.
Yeah, I went with that simply because of the unknowns involved. Honestly, this bot should probably be destroyed. Do I need to, like, take off my clothes, or are you gonna just bind them with me? Am I about to become Tuvix? Thank you for rebuilding me. And then I destroy it. Okay. Seriously though, let's just destroy this stupid thing. I know. But we could use it. No. I don't want anybody else finding this thing and anybody else being stupid and... Let's destroy this stupid thing. Sure, Eva. Done. I did actually respond, though. What I said was I didn't see anything that indicated good nor evil in the picture, so I thought it could fit either. Wait, what, Giga? I'm sure someone else could come up with a much worse idea. Let's not tempt fate. Hey, there's the bonus series we will not be doing. Because we already did it! Where is Commander Callum? Oh, he's right friggin' here.
Impressed does not begin to describe my respect for your actions, Belsavis. The Dreadmasters are safe. In freeing them, you have truly accomplished the Emperor's vision.
The Dreadmasters have a temper. Try not to anger them.
Naturally. But thank you for the advice. It goes without saying that all events on Belsavis are strictly confidential, especially those pertaining to the Eshkar, but enough formalities. With the Dreadmasters freed, the galaxy will know fear once more. The Emperor thanks you for everything.
Why is that a good thing? Are you excuse me, sir, are you stupid? Does that outfit, like, drain all the blood from your brain? I know it makes you faster. Oh, well, let's go get ambushed. Definitely no. Oh, hang on. Done well. Slave! We have delivered supplies for your droids to your ship so that you do not assume that we are in your debt. Okay. Thanks. What? Me? No, Trihexia. No, in-universe, I'm crazy enough to try and kill the Dreadmasters. I theoretically actually succeed at that, too. Alright, that was fun. Yes, Lord Vitiate. Lord Vitiate.
I'm finished here.
You're looking a lot better, that's for sure.
There will be nothing until you drive the ghosts from your mind.
Hey, we're getting a holocall here. Someone named Moff Pyron.
That doesn't look like Moff Pyron at all! I actually do remember this one. We're actually kind of done. In fact, we are done with Act 2. We got a bunch of Force Ghosts, and now we've cured ourselves of those Force Ghosts. So
My
Act
lord,
3.
Moff Valiant Pyron, I've heard much about you. I thought it was time we spoke. I've been watching this conflict between you and Thanaton. I intend to be on the winning side.
And which side have you deemed that to be?
I don't know yet. However, Thanaton's particular old-fashioned philosophy cannot survive much longer regardless. You lack Imperial connection. But with the proper display of patriotism, you could easily win many of the Moffs to your side.
Did you have a scheme in mind?
At Thanaton's behest, the Empire recently cut funding on a project called the Silencer. A superweapon capable of disintegrating an entire armada. If an ambitious young Sith were to see the weapon to completion, and then test fire it on a Republic fleet, she would be well regarded.
Are you asking for a donation?
Yes, but not credits. A sensor chip. The CN-12. The chip is only built on Nar Shaddaa. It's illegal in the Republic. In the Empire, it's... well, we don't use it lightly. But I understand your little cult on Nar Shaddaa has moved into electronic weaponry and is now the chief supplier of these chips.
I will consult my cult and see what we can do for you.
I'm pleased to hear it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have this business of the war to attend to.
I'm so proud. I finally get to make my own super weapon. Morcano. Actually, if you think about it, the people who've been helping me do these quests are literally my super weapons. You'll never beat me in a one-on-one duel. Well, I agree. Now to jump out in hyperspace. Whee! I love doing that. No, is the answer to your question. I have not tried any more of the fortune tea. I apologize. Anyway, I'll try some tonight. What is tonight? Tonight's a Wednesday. So yes, tonight's a good night for it. Yeah, super weapons. Whee! That's my super weapon. There you go. Perfect. Where are we going to next? We're going to Voss next. Although, actually, we're probably going to Korriban next to do a conversation that could have been a holocom, but no, we gotta waste time. No, you're thinking of the Wii U. It's actually not it's not the same console, I swear. It's a completely different console.
Open for business.
Whole different thing. That's right, I'm so cured, Papa Neeks. I'll cure them! Sorry. I'm gonna have to try that off, because I've never done that. I usually like to make a race of it, trying to race to the portal before I jump out of hyperspace, so I can jump out the airlock in hyperspace. Look, you need to make your own fun in Tor, okay? What you're saying can't be true because everyone else believes X and you believe Y. Therefore, X is true and Y is not. Therefore, you're wrong and everyone else is right. That's not even close to how that works. Reality is not that simple. If we all agreed with what... Giga? What did you do? I know you're behind this, Giga. He's not even here to watch this.
My lord, you've returned to us.
Hi.
My lord, the great healer. We'll tell Masters Riley and Destris you're here.
We hope you'll be proud of the work we've done.
Yes, my lord. We practically own the streets.
But yes, sometimes the world is wrong and Delenn is right, Latario.
My lord, good to see you again.
Hi.
Hope you like what we've done with the place. What can old Riley and Destris do for you?
I'm collecting donations.
I understand you've been busy since I saw you last. I'm interested in the CN-12.
CN-12, huh? Funny you should mention it. We wanted to build your cult up into something big, see? And we picked the CN-12 to do it.
It's a real crazy technology, and it just happens some of the members worked on an early prototype called the Death Mark.
We saw an opening, and there you have it. It was all dandy until a mucker called the Veil got involved. He's blasted our supply chain to pieces, and he controls the CN-12 market now.
Surely he'll be open to negotiations.
He hasn't listened to a word so far. He's not easy to get at. Holes up in Shadowtown. And he made it clear he only wants to meet with the boss. We, didn't think that was really an option.
For the leader of this cult, I certainly am kept in the dark on a lot of things.
I'm sorry, my lord. We won't let it happen again. Good luck.
Me too, actually, Blade Jabal. I kind of like them. I'm glad they're not dead, unlike those other apprentices who are also dead. Oh, yeah. Of course. Oh, I know it's in Shadowtown somewhere, so let's just warp down to Shadowtown. Somewhere over here, and we'll just make it up from here. You know what he could do, Evo? I hear there's this restaurant that specifically caters to magicals and mundanes. Oh, but you hate that story. I keep forgetting. Sorry.
Vehicle pads are currently open for business.
What? That's
Have a safe and pleasant stay.
Okay, fine. We'll go up here then. You say that, Evo. It's the knife right there in the heart. Just, oh, skip the jugular. Go right for the aorta. Oof. It was a reference to Babylon 5. Although I do actually think that. Sometimes the world is wrong and the individual is right. That's life. Common consensus does not make morality. It makes common consensus. That's it. That's what it is. If everyone thinks slavery is totally normal, that doesn't make slavery cool. It makes everyone thinking slavery is totally normal. Going over and chopping people's cats in half? That was a regular thing, by the way.
I'm here as requested. Which one of you is the Veil?
I am the Veil.
No, I am the Veil.
No, it is me. I am the Veil.
It really was, Evo.
Actually,
you can look it up.
None of us are the Veil.
Because all of us are the Veil.
The Veil! The Veil! Oh, sorry.
We are all very glad to make your acquaintance, Cult Master.
It's a pleasure to make yours. I understand you have the CN-12?
You want the CN-12.
Everyone wants the CN-12.
But few are willing to pay the price.
The streets of Nar Shaddaa only have room for one true voice.
Give us control of your cult, and we will give you the CN-12.
You seem to have made a mistake. I am not a naive thug like Destris or Riley.
That is why we wanted to deal with you.
The lowlifes that run your cult are brutal enough, but they lack vision.
Why settle for a cult when you can have an empire?
Our resources extend beyond the CN-12. Armies need weapons, ships need engines.
What does your cult provide you now? Donations? Artifacts?
Loyalty.
We offer that and more. Our reach extends across the galaxy.
Simply send a signal from one of these devices, and our servants will come to your aid anywhere in the galaxy, not just on Nar Shaddaa.
No.
You will give me the CN-12, and you will serve me.
We will give you the CN-12.
We will serve you.
Please, let us join your cult.
I wish I had thought of it myself.
Thank you, my lord.
Here is the CN-12. We assure you, you will not regret this.
Okay. So now that's, dealt with. Actually, fun thing, Hazardous. I did a little, very, very little amount of research about the whole pet killing thing. I wasn't able to find anything about killing the pets of the Conquered. What I was able to find was that killing pets as a ritualistic sacrifice thing was actually pretty commonplace. But I wasn't able to do any more of an in-depth dive because time. No, it's would you kindly break that little puppy's neck? God, that's a messed up scene.
My lord, how did the meeting with the Veil go?
The Veil was 3 people, but I made them see reason.
3 people? Who would have thought? Stick around as long as you like. The members are happy to have you here.
Stay as long as you like, my lord. We are always happy to have you among us.
And sex. There we go, okay. Ironically, we stay as long as we like, which is, of course, 1 second. Peace! Probably has. Just like I said, I feel like I've already explained the I haven't had time point. Do I need to reiterate this?
My lord, you're very efficient. I promised you my respect and support, but you have also gained my admiration. I trust you've heard the bad news. Darth Thanaton's superior on the Dark Council died, mysteriously. Darth Thanaton has succeeded him.
Well, shoot. About 270 BC, Latario.
Then when I kill him, I will be a Dark Council member.
Only if the Dark Council doesn't catch you. Isn't that how it works? I admire your determination, but I don't know how the other Moffs will feel about opposing one of the galaxy's 12 most powerful Sith. Now, more than ever, the silencer must be completed, and you must take the credit. The Moffs must see the true future of the Sith Empire.
What's your investment in this again?
If it weren't for Sith tradition, we would have crushed the Republic when we had the chance.
He's right.
Thanaton is old blood. I will contact you when the weapon is ready for demonstration. Good luck, my lord.
In fact, he's right on both of those points. Thanaton's second biggest weakness is and always has been the fact that he is a severe traditionalist.
My lord, the Belsavis machine. It's made you better, but it wasn't enough to drive the voices from your head, was it?
I can't take much more of this, truth be told.
Zash is indisposed at the moment, but we still have the writings of Darth Vilus. We should go to Voss. Your body is cured, but Master Ryan always said a Jedi's mind must be whole. It's the same for a Sith. You can't face Thanaton until you can control the dead you've bound.
Thanks, Shara. Of all people. Weirdly. Get some rockin' music on here. Telling you, Evo. Restaurant. Oh my god, what if he starts... I don't want to do another story. That'll be 3 stories he's in. Although... maybe he's one of the investors who helps get the restaurant off the ground. That kind of appeals to me. Sith, you are more powerful than I had judged. Perhaps a worthy successor to Tulak Lord.
Thank you, Kem. I'm honored.
I have not crushed so many since that time. Feel my old strength returning.
Yes, thank you, apprentice. This body has some remarkable abilities. I'm beginning to rather enjoy it.
For the last time, I'm not your apprentice.
Not now, no. But you can't suppress the order of things.
Away, witch. Sith, free me of this woman and my strength will be yours eternally. That's funny, because I actually went looking that up, and I found nothing about lasting consequences, so I'm curious what they were. My master, the witch, is quiet, but I'm uneasy. She's scheming something, I think. When the visions of Tulak hordes remain, she sent to lure me into a trap. Her silence is a lie.
She is tormenting you, making you too paranoid to rest.
What am I supposed to do? She sends away in the darkness out of you, always plotting, always scheming. If I could just sink my teeth into her, she would not escape my grasp. Master, I require your help. I need to know what she's planning.
What do you suggest I do?
Speak to her. She doesn't think you're worthy of her intellect. You can trick her into showing your hand.
It will be my pleasure.
No tricks. We will both die the first chance I get.
I thought he'd never relent. He's been unusually stubborn lately. I can barely get a word in edgewise.
He thinks you're plotting against him.
He's no fool. I'll give him credit for that. It's clear the two of us can't share this body for much longer. One of us must win, and I don't intend to lose. But I need your help.
If it'll shut Kem up, I'm all for it.
You've always been so helpful. I believe I can replicate Tulak Hall's ritual without the help of the artifact. It won't be an exact copy, and whoever gets cast out will die. When the time comes, I'll need you to convince Kemval to go quietly.
That's easier said than done.
I trust you'll think of something.
Witch! Tries to drive me away with a ritual. I'll have her throat. Thank you, Master, for showing me her schemes. If you'll excuse me, I must prepare my resistance. Now, I don't want a video, but if anybody could summarize to me, either here or on Discord, what the consequences are of the choice, I'd actually appreciate it. If you don't mind.
My lord, remember I told you about my mentor, Orsilio Gan? He took me under his wing after I discovered the domesticated Rancor tooth. I was polishing the Rancor tooth and placing it among my things when I noticed a medallion he gave me last time we met. I decided to call him, but none of his frequencies work anymore.
When was the last time you spoke to him?
It was before I went to Hoth. We met at a cantina on Nar Shaddaa for a little light archaeological talk. He said he was on his way to Malachor III. That's when he gave me the medallion. It's the last I saw of him.
What was this medallion he gave you?
Oh, it was just a knockoff. He said some Hutt tried to pass it off as the real thing. It was quite canny, though. I just thought he'd had too much to drink. He did love to imbibe.
If you need my help searching for him, you'll have it.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm sure it's nothing. You can't keep an Imperial Reclamation Service man down. I guess I'll keep an ear and an eye out. I'll let you know if I discover anything. My lord, I've solved it. I've figured it out. I don't understand how I could have missed it. The outer layer of the medallion responds to heat. It melted away and revealed this. It's a heat-resistant casing with a data chip inside.
Applying heat to an...
Hey.
My lord, I've solved it. I don't understand. It's a...
I'm beginning to believe your claims that your mentor was a genius.
He was certainly one of a kind. The chip said he was looking for the tomb of Via Santinus. He said he was going to Malachor III, but everyone knows the tomb is on Alderaan. I believe Orsilio Gan went to Alderaan. I'm going to find him.
And 3 seconds, the bear. They really like Malachor III.
Finding your mentor.
No, my lord. I'm afraid the trip was all for nothing. Orsilio Gan was already gone, and nobody could tell me where. He was definitely in the tomb of Via Santinus. His workmanship was all over the site. But he left no clue that I could find.
I'm sure he'll turn up somewhere.
Don't you worry. I've not given up hope. Detective work such as this is much different from archaeology, after all. It's all about observation and deduction, and Orsilio Gan taught me well. Oh, I almost forgot. I found this in the tomb of Via Santinus. I thought you might find it handy.
I'm not sure what this is supposed to be.
Via Santinus was a meticulous record keeper. These are the genealogies of all the great Sith Lords of his day. Look, here is your ancestor, Lord Calig. Bloodlines are very important in the Empire, my lord. Not to mention the historical value.
Let's see what Ashara has to say. Probably whining.
If you hadn't become Sith, what did you want to be?
I always wanted to open my own business. Run a shop, start a family.
I've been thinking about this lately. I was trained to be a Jedi practically from birth. I wonder if it was the right thing. I never really...
Alright, just for you, Dr. Winter.
If you...
I always wanted to be a starship captain.
I guess you got part of what you wanted. This is a pretty nice ship. I've been thinking... If you had...
I would have settled for not a slave.
Yeah. I guess I would have felt the same in your shoes. If you...
I always wanted to open my own business. Run a shop, start a family.
I've been thinking about this lately. I was trained to be a Jedi practically from birth. I wonder if it was the right thing. I never really got the chance to choose.
You can do whatever you want now.
I guess I'm still trying to figure out what I want. My lord, I know I'm not officially your apprentice, but I wanted to thank you. I know we've not always seen eye to eye, but I've learned so much from you and your example. I never would have believed a Sith could follow the light. Until I met you.
I couldn't do it without you.
I'm glad I can help. I feel more at one with the Force than I've ever felt. I have peace like the Jedi speak of, and freedom like the Sith. So, thank you. My lord, I'm glad you're here. I wanted to read you this letter I received. I've been writing to my parents. I haven't seen them since I was little. Dear Ashara, we're glad to hear you're happy and well. We're very proud that you've become a Jedi. Asha is nearly 16 and plans to join Republic Special Forces. Love, Mom and Dad. I haven't gotten around to telling them that I'm working with a Sith. I'm not sure they'd understand.
You really ought to tell them.
You think so? We only just started writing, and it's been 15 years since I last saw them. I guess you're right.
This'll go over great. By the way, did you catch that quiet implication there? That the only reason she has any contact with her parents is because she left the Jedi Order? You caught that, right?
Hey, I got an idea. You ever fly to the middle of nothing, cut the engines, and just drift?
I don't see why not.
You won't regret it. I promise. You ever find it funny how no matter where you are in the galaxy, it always looks like you're at the center of things?
That's Nar Shaddaa, dude.
I am at the center of things.
That's right. Sith. I guess it's that normally I start feeling strangled right now. You know, in a relationship. Like I gotta run away. This morning I woke up and thought, I'm out of here. And then I realized I didn't want to go.
We are not in a relationship, Andronicus. I just want to be very clear about that.
You're free to do what you want. Don't worry about me.
Who says this isn't what I want?
No, I'm with you, Pillars of Snow. It's one of the reasons I've come down so hard on the Jedi Order, pretty much ever since they started fleshing out the Jedi Order. Right about during the prequels and the KOTORs. Good God. Oh, right, we should probably actually fly to Voss. Get in my throne here. Whoops, that's not my throne. Oh yeah, I was gonna do that other thing. Except I can't here. Oh well.
We've arrived at the space station. From here, we can get transport to Voss. Let's figure out what we're doing.
Voss? Who ever heard of such a place? You are going crazy.
I can't believe you think you can chase us away with some mythical healing ritual.
You think you're the puppeteer, but you're just the puppet.
We need to find a way to silence these ghosts.
You've been strong, but until you control these ghosts, they're of no use to you. I've been studying Darth Vilus's journals. It seems Vilus also found himself with unwanted tenants, and came here to Voss for a cure.
What was he after? Some kind of ritual?
So it would appear. Voss is a recent and strange discovery. A utopia built around a group of Force users called Mystics. The Mystics aren't Sith or Jedi, though. For them, the Force is a conduit of healing and sometimes visions. Rituals that manipulate the Force are rare and often forbidden.
I wonder what the Voss are so afraid of.
They follow the visions of their mystics in all things, and they look to protect their society. The rituals were just too dangerous. Unfortunately, the ritual to repair your fractured mind is one of the forbidden...
Stop!
Nibasai kabarada ayu papro.
I am myself again.
I was wondering when you'd show up again.
After I'm healed, you're next, Kim. I promise.
From the Bulao, Matida White.
Notes say to talk to someone called Athelis Callus. Supposed to be researching the Voss. Guess we should start there.
Ugh, excuse me. Oh my god. Yeah, they just run into the wall there. It's the Force ghosts. They're like, oh. Anytime you see that happen, it's the ghosts. It's the ghosts. It's nothing else. Hang on, we didn't even celebrate that we finished Belsavis. Everyone, we finished Belsavis. We're done with Belsavis. It's done. It's done. Done. Where's my confetti? Jesus Christ.
The revered mystic visionary Alarwan has seen your path. A vision says you will bring destruction to the Voss way of life. Turn back.
What?
Don't worry about me. You'll hardly notice I'm here, I assure you.
Outsiders are often confused. We ask once more, leave Voss be.
I too have seen the truth. I must complete my mission on Voss.
Outsiders do not receive visions. The revered mystic visionary Alarwan has seen that we must not use force to dissuade you. You will not destroy Voss. There are other means of persuasion.
No, I'm pretty sure Zalek happens at the end of Voss. Right before we hit Corellia. Here's Giga's cheesecake.
Welcome to the Voss Orbital Docking Station. This facility offers state-of-the-art amenities such as a pressurized interior and radiation shielding. We hope you will enjoy your stay on this station, as access to the planet is strictly prohibited.
Okay, I'm going down.
No droid tells a Lord of the Sith where to go.
This is an Imperial edict. No one is to go to Voss without permission.
Maybe you didn't hear me.
The negotiations on Voss are complex, requiring subtlety, and are far too important for just any incoming transmission. My apologies. It seems Darth Seraphim requests the honor of your presence in the Imperial Embassy at Voss Car at your earliest convenience.
Get out of my way, and I'll speak with him now.
Of course. The shuttle is this way. Please don't keep Darth Seraphim waiting. He's terribly important.
He is! Oh my goodness, I am so sorry, sir. I will hurry up immediately. Sorry, it always takes a little longer to do my teeth stuff. Remember. You can't just brush your teeth at my age. Or with 2 giant holes in your jaw. Oh, right, Darth... what's his name? Darth Sepipoo? Something like that? I don't know, whatever. Darth Potter? Oh, wow. He sounds like an important fellow. Let's talk to Darth Potter here, shall we?
Copy. Asset has approached, commencing with recruitment. Good day, my lord. It's an honor to speak with you on behalf of Imperial Intelligence. We need you for an important surveillance operation. If successful, we stand to gain a wealth of intelligence on the Republic's war efforts.
Why would you seek me out?
Our records indicate that you are trustworthy and up to the task. We want you to take this audio surveillance device, locate a Republic official named Gur Antok, and engage him in conversation.
Name is Gur?
We have created a cover identity that establishes you as a potential defector to the Republic.
His name is Gur.
A meeting with Antok has already been arranged. The surveillance device will record everything that's said, allowing us to reproduce Antok's non-human vocal patterns and gain access to the Republic's encrypted files.
Sounds like a plan.
Good luck. We'll look forward to seeing you again shortly.
You there. Hold a moment. My servant offers only platitudes about our Empire's progress here on Voss. I want the truth of things. Tell me the real state of our efforts here. Do you believe these Voss will submit themselves to us soon?
No.
The Voss guard their secrets closely and avoid all commitments.
Then it is as I suspected. Committing any of my own forces here would be pointless and wasteful. But then, perhaps you are only trying to guide me away from a profitable endeavor. How can I trust anything you say? You could be an agent of one of my rivals, hoping to mislead me to my ruin.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Only a fool toys with death. Leave me, and feel fortunate that I am in no mood to risk the Empire's work by destroying you in the streets of Voss-Ka.
Buddy, you are welcome to try. I know, right, pancakes? I was thinking that too. Oh, right, let's get the actual Voss music going here. Listen, people just keep one-upping themselves, Ice. There's just so much. There's so much. Oh, hey, it's Darth What's-His-Face. Hang on, I hear he has something very important to talk to us about. Yep. Ah. You know... You ever just think about puppies? Just puppies. Oh, right.
These charges are grave. I'm bringing the proof with me to Voss, emissary. When you see it, the 3 will banish the Empire from the planet.
I'm afraid Jedi Master Keln is mistaken, Emissary Samaro. No such evidence can possibly exist. I am confident that the 3 will find that an alliance with the Empire can only benefit your people.
I await this evidence.
Insufferable idiot. Ah, you've arrived. It's about time. No doubt you've heard some of that.
I take it you have something for me to do, my lord.
Voss must be brought into the Empire. Their obstinance was a problem before the Jedi began meddling. We sense a great power here, strong in the dark side. These people have powers of prophecy we have never seen before. The Empire must have this world and its secrets, and we know from experience that it cannot be taken by force.
You're trying to woo the Voss into joining the Empire, then?
It is a delicate.
You don't like Orkano's outfit,
We fawn
Evo?
over the arrogant Voss publicly and undercut the Republic's negotiations privately.
And now this Jedi Master appears and thinks he can sabotage all we've done.
I suppose you have this all figured out, though, right?
Any evidence of misconduct must be erased before this Jedi arrives. Quietly. A syndicate was hired to steal supplies from the city of Voss. We then generously offered aid to the people in need. But the syndicate was made up of Hauk, brutish idiots who turned from saboteurs into raiders.
Looks like it's time for a bloodbath.
Of course
The
it
syndicate's
is.
lair is in a cave system. Silence these Hauk. Report to General Roche in Fort Godentha afterward.
Oh. There you go. Just for you, Evo. Drink it in. Drink it in, Evo. Well, yeah, obviously. I am all the Sith. And technically all the Jedi, too. I mean, I am Iron Man.
The concept of diplomacy itself is strange to the Voss. As far as they are concerned, they are the only people who matter. They receive the visions, not the Empire.
And not the Republic.
And not the Republic. The point is, there's no precedent for what you're asking in Voss culture.
Ah, my lord. Ruel Jofin, Imperial Diplomatic Service. A pleasure. Try not to stir the pot too much while you're here. When the chips fall, we want the Voss to land with us. You understand, of course.
I will be on my best behavior, I promise.
Thank you, Mistress Callis. Again, my lord, a pleasure.
My lord, good to see the rumors of your death are just that. But why Voss? Don't you have a Dark Council member to kill?
Is it just that widespread? You know what's funny? It actually is. All joking aside, Thanaton has made our rivalry extremely public. Which is another mistake he made. For reasons I'm going to go more into later, but Thanaton is the one who pushes this into the public eye. And we take full advantage of that. It does. It makes him look weak. It pretty much guarantees that we have a valid reason to contest him. What I mean by that is, even amongst the Sith, they have to have some form of legal justification for bringing down someone within the rest of the Sith hierarchy. That is true. That we've actually seen that, even in our playthroughs that we've been doing over the last few days. You can't just kill another Sith. You have to have a reason for it. It could be fabricated. It could be flimsy. It might be something that doesn't hold up. But one way or another, there has to be justification for it. But by mere virtue of the fact that Thanaton is stating us to publicly be his rival, we have justification to go after him. No one's going to question it if we bring him down. And they don't. It also, I was going to say, this also changes the nature of how the Dark Council's own internal hierarchy works. Because he has pretty much just flat out admitted that some apprentice who's like 3 months into the Sith Order, who works as a Lord, is the rival of someone who is on the Dark Council. So, boop.
With great power comes a lot of nagging.
My water!
Apparently.
I'm listening.
It's okay.
So you're after a healing ritual that can keep these, ghosts under your control. In all my time studying the Voss, I don't think I've ever encountered such a ritual. Although, let me look something up.
I can't help but notice your complexion.
I'm one of the few Sith-blooded Imperials with no Force sensitivity. But the Voss like colour, so it's not a total loss. Let's see. Of the two kinds of mystics in Voss society, the visionaries and the healers, both are extremely rare. But rarer still is a small mystic subsect. Outcasts who call themselves the Dream Walkers.
A year? That's even worse, Pillars of Snow. Especially since several of the story arcs clearly weave immediately into the next, and have no real gap in between them, like the one we're currently doing.
I understand, outsiders. We shall have common ground.
They spend most of their time meditating in an enclave below Voskar. Like all Voss, they're cagey around outsiders, but perhaps you can persuade them to help you.
Oh yeah, and Brigman also hit the nail on the head there, if you noticed what she mentioned. She said, anybody who is looking to go against Thanaton has a nice big neon billboard of, this is Thanaton's rival. So Thanaton has quite literally given us supporters. What do you think the Moth joined us for? The guy we just helped in the in-between quest?
Please, wait. We have questions. We know nothing of you. Tell us the Empire's purpose here.
Your people languish in isolation and obscurity. We will make you great.
The Empire wishes to benefit us. We did not know.
Do you know the Republic? Can you tell us about them?
If you're paying attention, this is basically the exact same quest of the Republic. There's a lot of copy-pasting going on here, aren't there? There was some copy-paste in Belsavis, too. And Hoth.
The Republic will lead you on a path of pain and loss. They will ruin your world.
Disturbing words. Very disturbing. We will trust the wisdom of the three. But thank you for your knowledge. We will remember.
Oh, I'm sorry, Evo. Well, hang on, before you go. Ah. It does say something different. I was curious. And I wanted some tea.
Are you Ger Antok?
Yes, and you're the ones I've been waiting for. I am honored, of course, to help you in this transition, but I must admit I'm also slightly confused. From a little information I could gather, you served the Emperor quite well. Why change sides?
I expect adequate compensation.
Oh, I didn't realize you'd already discussed financial compensation. You must understand my concern at your motives. This is a time of war, after all. We need to know who we can trust. Yeah, you notice how several of these class stories don't even mention the reignition of the war? Or some of them only mention it as an aside, like everybody knows it's happening, even though it should be this huge, big announcement.
I've come to help.
I certainly hope so. You've met with me. That is the first step. You'll be contacted in the future with a location to surrender yourself. You should go now, before anybody sees us speaking. Good luck to you. Alright, so what it says, Evo, sorry for the delay. Your inner self is your inner guide. I should have held on to it. I should have kept you here. That would be mean. I could never do that to you. Be free. Feel better. Yeah, Thanaton's an interesting character. He is just as stupid as he is smart, and very traditionalist, but he makes up for it by being very powerful, both politically and personally. He's got the same thing going for him that Zash has going for her, and that Barris has going for him. Can you guess what it is?
I have the recording for you, Agent.
Excellent. Our technicians will begin processing the recording immediately. This intelligence could turn the tide of battles across the galaxy. We greatly appreciate your assistance in acquiring it.
That wasn't as bad as I expected.
I'm glad the task met with your satisfaction. If you'll excuse me, I have a great deal to do now. Thank you again for your participation.
He's a fleshed-out character. He's more than a one-dimensional character. You can tell time and effort was spent on the three characters I just mentioned. All three of them are interesting and engaging, precisely because they are
Plans
multifaceted
are currently
characters.
open for business.
Yeah, exactly, Mr. Red. Compare and contrast most of the major characters on the Republic side, and most of them aren't fully fleshed out characters. Even the more recurring ones are just kind of there. And I think there's a lot of reasons why the Imperial side is better than the Republic side, and I think we've shown a lot of those on camera. But, hate that holocron, by the way. But I think one of the ones that really works in the Empire's favor is characters. There's more memorable characters, and they're better. They're more fleshed out, they're more dynamic, they're better written, they're better performed, etc. Yeah, Thanaton is a fascinating rival. So is Barriss, so is Zash. Now, Jadis, I have been specifically asked not to talk about Jadis until we get there, because one of our viewers who's been watching regularly hasn't done the agent storyline yet. We'll be doing Jadis, though. Don't worry. He is also someone worth talking about. That's all I'm going to say right now. Okay. Right, I was going to answer some questions while we're here. Let's pull this up here. How do I think Django... How long do I think Django would have survived if he wasn't on Geonosis? And would he have joined the Separatists? So, everything I've read about Django is that he's pure evil, doesn't like remakes, and feels like Fallout 1 is the pinnacle of video game design. Why are you so much faster than me? Do I not have all the move speed things? Oh, I don't. I'm missing one. Sorry, Fallout 2. Fallout 2, my bad. Oh, Jango Fett. Right, sorry. Okay, so Jango Fett... I'm sorry. I'm a doofus. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. That did not share... Oh, that's right. That's the Sith Warrior quest. Ignore me. What I've read about Django, the character, is that he practices pragmatism almost as a religion. Like, one of the things he was really big on was raising Boba in a very specific manner to try and remove concepts like morality from him, to ensure that he functioned in a certain manner. And do I have to go? I think I have to go this way. So I don't think he would have joined the Separatists. I don't think he would have joined anybody. It's not in his mentality. He would have gone where the money is. That's about it, really. As far as would he have survived longer, obviously the technical answer to that is just yeah, because he wouldn't have had his head chopped off by, you know, one of the greatest lightsaber duelists of the age. But I'm not sure how much longer he would have survived. Because Lord knows the people paying him were the Separatists, which just kind of puts him in their crosshairs. So, I actually agree with Django, you know what I mean, about that. I think that Dooku would have tried to keep him on the payroll. Then again, I have a higher opinion of Dooku than I probably should. Because, you know, initial storytelling, etc., etc. I have a feeling the Jedi would, at the very least, have him on their find this person and deal with them list. Maybe not top priority, but I guarantee you, if they had a lead, they'd probably follow it. Probably Star Wars. I've actually read all the Clone Wars books that I'm aware of. But I haven't read them since they came out. In fact, those are some of the last Star Wars books I ever read. It's been a while. I mean, honestly, Geludo, I have no problem admitting that the way that Christopher Lee portrays Dooku implies a character that otherwise isn't. You know what I mean? Because several works portray Dooku as, let's call it what it is, a typical Sith. A typical, stupid Sith. And that that portrayal just doesn't seem to jive with what we literally saw on camera in the actual films. Granted, he's not there that often. But give me a break, you know? And yeah, Clone Wars didn't do him any favors, which is a shame, because I do like that show. I think it's a big net positive. But the way it mishandled that was just kind of... is that it? That's it. I think it's actually faster to Hearth. Yeah, the Clone Wars also butchers Grievous. Not that he was much of a character in the third movie, in 3.
Welcome to Fort Cadentha. I'd only just received word you were coming. I heard what you did to the Hux. I must admit I've wanted to exterminate those thugs for some time. Now perhaps we can strike at the Republic, albeit indirectly. Cursed diplomats and their games.
I thought we couldn't do anything that would upset the Voss.
Every step is mired in politics. My only consolation is that the Republic is equally stymied. We've detected Republic spy towers in our vicinity. If I sent men to destroy them, we would incur suspicion from the Voss. The Voss post nearby, however, appears to have come under attack. We can aid them and destroy the towers at the same time.
What enemy am I supposed to help them fight?
My scouts can't determine who or what the attackers are. The commander of the Voss post is Panthen Dro. Seek him out. Give him the Empire's full support.
Yeah, consequently, one change that I absolutely plan to make, which I imagine will be one of the more popular changes in the Star Wars rewrite, will be making Grievous into an absolute death machine. Like, I actively want to drag Grievous's combat capacity up. Like, substantially up.
Many
warriors face the Gormak. I can pay for your help. I speak for Grata the Hutt. Cunning Grata found a way to manufacture his own Gormak weapons. You hear of Gormak's skill making weapons, yes? Advanced mods, turn old into new, better than black markets.
The Gormak won't trade weapons with us.
Grata knows this. Sent Agent to talk with Gormak. Gormak sent Head back. Gormak too savage for deals. Need tricks. Leave best Zerka models unguarded. Gormak take bake, modify weapons, then we take back. Gormak made weapons too good. Use them against Grata thugs who go to recover. All dead. Need warriors to retrieve weapons. You moron.
I could kill you and keep everything myself.
Can't. Weapons advance but unstable. Grata will make them safe, reliable. In exchange for assistance, Grata will sell discounted weapons to Empire and... Let's go.
I think I'd rather have credits.
Fine. It's a standard rate on the weapons. Who are you calling Slimo? You asked several questions, Dr. Winter, but I've only answered 2 so far. One about Jango Fett, which I don't remember who asked it, and I don't even remember the other question. God. There was another question. It was not about Jango Fett. That's over there. That's over there. That's over there. That's over there. I'd put that in humor, Mr. Red. My favorite piece of world building that the EU added to Star Wars. Oh, jeez. Ooh, okay. God, that's a good question. The dark side not being evil. No, I'm joking. I think I'm actually going to go with the way hyperspace works. As I've said many times, it's actually really brilliant. And the way they worked with it, and the way they designed mass shadows, and the interdictors and all that was honestly brilliant. Probably the best FTL system I've seen in a work of science fiction, and I've studied quite a few of them. In the movies, it's just whatever it needs to be, even in the original trilogy. Hi, Valerian. Thought that was a droid at first.
Greetings, Commander. General Roche sent me to offer assistance.
Your offer is welcome. The Gormaks send their monstrosities. Cleanse the wilds of these monstrosities.
Leave it to me.
Be well.
Oh, that was a hell of a quest dialogue. All right, sure. I'm just going to design my own Grievous with blackjack and hookers, Loke, and I think that's just where we're going to be at with that. I rather like that too, Pillars of Snow. I'll actually give you that. There's a lot. There's a lot of cool stuff. Alright, so let's run into him. Him. Hey, get back here. Zactif says, honestly, Lord, do you think the writers from Star Wars The Clone Wars could do Mass Effect well? Be it a movie like Paragon or something else? Yeah, I think they could put something out that's a net positive. I do enjoy The Clone Wars, overall. It's just, it also has its elements of facepalming stupidity, that's all. But I'll be honest, a lot of things that I enjoy about that era of Star Wars come from that show. I like pretty much everything they did with the clones. Really. The clones were the star of that show. I like how they portrayed Anakin, and I like what they did with Ahsoka. I like how they portrayed the Jedi Order. I like how Palpatine had to... I like how Palpatine wasn't constantly on top of everything, but had to constantly be playing like this juggling chess match in order to keep everything balanced. I liked it. It was good stuff. It just occasionally had its own facepalming stupidity, that's all. You know how it is. Let's see here. Aren't the Dreadmasters using some form of dark side battle meditation? I don't actually remember the specifics, because I haven't done that raid. I know that they did some kind of ritual thing to link them to each other. Which is why they've got that hive mind thing going on. Maybe it was an artifact? I don't know. There was something going on. That's true, Damashi. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Let's see. At what point am I going to do Ilum? After we finished Vanilla in its entirety. So after Agent. Would I consider doing a review? I actually can answer that. Which bonus series was worse? Belsavis Republic or Belsavis Imperial? Well, I could give you a vague answer. Who, Django? But rather... Oh, God, it doesn't share. It's okay, it doesn't despawn. It doesn't despawn. I mean, Vitiate's fatal flaw is the fact that he's a terribly written character. The hell was that? Let's get angry for a second. Grrr. Grrr. You heard it here, kids. If you ever want to make a villain and don't actually want to flesh them out or do any of that hard work of writing and designing, just make them mysterious. See, the problem here is that there is a talent and skill to writing something mysterious. Vitiate is not it. Let's wait here. Or not. Waiting has been disengaged. Alright, let's see here. What's this one? Belsavis, that was the question. Hang on. Rather than give you some vague answer, why don't I just pull up my own review here, shall we? Let's see here. Looks like Empire. Which tracks with my overall feeling, but numbers-wise, Empire's worse.
You return. Victorious?
The inclusion of freeing the Dreadmasters pushes it a little bit worse.
I had everything under control.
I will report. Your empire is reflected well. Your General Roche asked you to report.
Sure. Is that a warp? That's a warp. Voss. Never change. You're better than Corellia. Voss, we're better than Corellia.
You've all done extraordinary work. Our people had trouble spotting the tower's destruction, and they were watching for it. The Republic must be squirming right now, wishing they could strike back at us.
What's the next move?
We have more work to do before the arrival of this Jedi Master. Wait, we have an incoming transmission.
I am extremely pleased. The gullible Voss already talk of the heroic outsider who held back the Gormak abominations. However, we've little time to savor this victory. An opportunity has presented itself.
What sort of opportunity?
There is a place the locals call the Nightmare Lands. It is an area steeped in the power of the dark side. A promising Sith named Durek Vesh led a group there to search for the source of the power. But Vesh was weaker than we thought. Dark energy overpowered his mind. He went mad and was captured by the Republic.
I don't like the sound of that.
Indeed. He's been kept out of sight, locked in SIS maximum security. Until now. Reports say Vesh is being moved. Under guard, naturally. But out in the open. We need him dead.
Seems highly convenient that the Republic is moving him now, just as we're trying to eliminate everything they have on us.
I would not trust this task to anyone less skilled than yourself. A failure here could cost the Empire Voss. Vesh and his escort will be leaving the SIS camp shortly. They will pass through a canyon nearby. Intercept them and leave no witnesses.
Plant this in the canyon before the convoy arrives. I wish you luck.
Hi, Bragwin. Blomp. Blomp. Oh, I hit the desk. Blomp. There we go. Ahem. And yeah, I'm actually curious what my opinion of Vitiate is going to be in the expansions. We'll see.
Trimo, the Gormak are dead. I have your weapons.
Porco utmangisa ti miti sarora kapana. Nibunawa tuipi de bakra wanawanga.
No, yeah. Something I've said many, many times is that a good voice actor will absolutely salvage an otherwise uninteresting role. I don't even have to drift into other games to talk about this because Darth Malik is almost entirely an interesting villain because of his voice actor. He adds a presence that the dialogue doesn't really have. Also, I find it funny that I can think of literally 2 separate characters voiced by or played by Bob. Hang on. Tim Curry, which are generally boring or disinteresting roles, except for the fact that they're being played by Tim Curry. If you're wondering, it's the premiere from Red Alert 3, and, of course, Brendan Howe. I think you're right, Mr. Red. It's not exactly the first time I've done something like that. The slow descent of available test people in the background. Ah, that. No, that's definitely background lore, as presented. Well, I could let them kill each other, but I'm kind of in a hurry.
I'm an archaeologist, not a fighter.
So anyways, they're dead. Moving on. Listen, this game is super perfect for God. Oh yeah, Darth Malik has a beautiful laugh. He really does. And they nailed the modulation. It's easy for a lot of voice editing to overblow it on voice modulation or special effects. But Darth Malik's little is just perfect.
Tell Darth Seraphim that Durek Vesh is no longer a problem, General.
Excellent, my lord. Your timing is perfect. We've heard that Jedi Master Keln has just landed in Voss. You can report the good news to Darth Seraphim. He asked to speak with you as soon as you returned.
We've missed something. Our spies report that Master Keln has already left Voss. He's headed into the ruined city.
What is the Empire involved in there?
Nothing at all. That is what worries me. The ruins were a city that the Voss abandoned in antiquity. We have archaeologists there, but nothing compromising. Nothing in that city should harm us, and yet that is where Master Keln has gone to retrieve his evidence.
If the Jedi went to this ruined city, I'm going after him.
Eliminate Master Keln and his evidence, and the Empire will be most grateful. I will craft a suitable excuse for his absence to the Voss.
Good luck.
Hey, Nemesis. Thank you for the sub. But I won't put it towards anything. That's definitely character, Mr. Red. Yeah, sorry I keep forgetting to do the happy hut. That's honestly entirely on me. There it is. Okay. Oof. I'm not sure I've heard the original Damashi. I believe you. Because, yeah, Alice is Alice. Let's see. Well, we've got a long, boring section here. On a scale of 1 to 10, how dead is the person who came up with the bonus series? I've heard that the formation of the rebellion presented in Force Unleashed is at odds with earlier stories that deal with the formation of the Rebel Alliance. Is this true? Yes. There are ways to smash them together if we apply some headcanon-y glue, but the answer is yes. Especially since... I mean... Force Unleashed portrays it entirely as a plan of Vader's, which is actually a plan of Palpatine's, in order to try and gather all their enemies into one swoop. And also, Galen Merrick was critical to the formation of the Alliance, which irritates me on every level, but let's ignore that for a second. Yeah, I was gonna say, they literally bring Mon Mothma to the Death Star in The Force Unleashed. But if nothing else, the fact that they got rid of Iblis is just kind of an eyebrow raise. Because it's like... Yeah, I know, right? Who could have seen this coming? We talked about this, I think, during the TIE Fighter run, of all things. Because a lot of the games back in the day showed alternate possibilities for how certain events happened. You know, like how you got the plans for the Death Star 2, just to name one example.
Greetings, friends. I seek a ritual to silence the ghosts in my mind. Can you help?
An outsider? We get few visitors. You want the ritual of mind healing. It is hidden. Only our order know it.
Surely you can make an exception.
Our traditions are dictated by truth. There are no exceptions. You could join our order. It is not forbidden. Your mind is fragmented. You may not survive the initiation.
If this is what it takes to learn the ritual, I embrace the risk.
We are sorry if this kills you. Take this seed, burn it in the cavern, breathe its fumes, meditate, follow the dream. That is the first part. The second is a boon that you pay us. We choose when.
What is a boon, exactly?
A small debt. Dreamwalking binds your consciousness to ours. There is no choice. Here is the seed. Safe journey.
Okay, then. This should be perfectly fine. I foresee no issues here. Oh, that's the last time I have green olive pizza. Oh. I like the purple and gold look.
You're the Sith who killed Darth Scotia. Amazing!
Can I tell you something personal? You are the most beautiful woman I've ever known.
I didn't flirt with you.
I love you. But you must die.
Okay.
I still remember some of my combat training.
Alice, what are you doing in my dreams? Don't answer that. I mean, I don't know about you, I dream about Talos every day. I just can't get him out of my head. I get all fluttery when I think about him. Oh no, it's a Wampa? I'm so sorry, Papa Nix. I mean, I would too, Papa Nix. I mean, good lord.
Haha, well played, well played. You didn't flinch at all, did you?
Why should I flinch? This is just a dream.
Are the powers of the mind not real? You have so many transgressions. This is going to be very fun.
You are all that's dark and vile and impure in the galaxy. You used Rahana and deceived me. You are less than nothing.
Nice lightsaber. Sorry, I had to tell you since I imagine Rahana never actually told you that.
A Sith after my own heart. I was a Jedi once, full of spit and fire. For peace, of course. You did that one a favor. Give me control and I'll help you against the others.
Sounds like a huge waste of my time.
You can't kill us, you know. We're part of you now.
Apprentice! What have you done to me? You betrayed me! You ruined me!
No, I really didn't.
I'm an archaeologist, not a fighter.
Outro, Mr. Red. Definitely outro. Then I must kill you, Zeiss. There we go. Whew. That was close. Wait! Instead of killing you, I offer you this donut coated in gold flakes. Because that's a real thing. Look it up.
Killed your master, did you, Snake? I know just the punishment for you.
You're free to leave anytime.
You will never be free of us.
The Sith must obey tradition. Without it, the Empire would collapse. I love you like my own child, but you are a blight on the Sith Order and must be purged.
Okay. That was a little strange, but, you know, whatever. Cool. Well, while we're here... Yes, Mr. Red.
Fine, we relent, but only for now. You are not rid of us. You will never be rid of us.
Your victory celebration is decidedly premature.
Your determination only makes it more tragic.
Oh, that was... thing.
No outsider has ever returned to us. What you have seen is personal. We do not ask. You are one of us. You may enter our chambers in the Shrine of Healing. There you will find your ritual.
I appreciate the help.
We did nothing. When you reach the shrine, present this insignia. You will learn the ritual of mind healing. We will collect the boon when we need.
I once again offer my appreciation.
May your journey lead to truth.
Let's see here. What do I think the Dark Council thought when they heard the Dreadmasters were free? Probably something along the lines of... really? Really? Fine. Is the Mother Machine a super weapon? Narratively, no. In reality, though, I would say it does qualify as something that should probably be qualified as a super weapon, which makes it all the weirder that it just kind of shows up and then goes away without real commentary. It gets one scene devoted towards it, and that's it. I know there's a lot of stuff in Belsavis, which is like, hey, here's some brand new tech that's insane, okay, bye. So I guess the Mother Machine is just another of those. But it's kind of weird. Did I dislike the Jedi in the original trilogy before I saw the prequels? Now, that's a fascinating question. Let's really look at the Jedi we see in the original trilogy, shall we? Luke, if you count him. Yoda. Obi-Wan. Interesting test sample. Also 3 of the most popular Jedi. That being said, no. I never disliked Obi-Wan. I never disliked Yoda. And I never disliked Luke. Yeah. In the rewrite, with how many small sects of Force users and philosophies there are going to be, will the Jedi Order tolerate offshoots from their own, like the Green Jedi? I feel like that would depend on the era a little bit more than a blanket universal answer. But that being said, I have a very strong feeling that the Jedi Order absolutely would not tolerate those little offshoots. I imagine the Jedi Order playing cleanup with its own philosophical brethren is probably something they spend a lot of time doing. After all, remember, in the rewrite, the Dark Jedi, and, you know, the Sith, are one of those offshoots. And Heroes S, do we have... Oh, we do. If Lex Luthor were real, and well written, what do you think he would stand a decent chance of being elected president? I know a lot of people who would vote for Lex Luthor before they would vote for any president who's been voted into office in the last 30 years. Even knowing that he's an evil person. Hi, Nerzos. I cannot talk to this person. Okay, let's see if I can... Nope. Hang on, hang on. There we go. God, this game. I like how we've come up with this whole, like, process to force these kind of things to actually work. We need Arcano. Join us, Arcano. It is the only way. Of course there are Zeiss, but, you know, the good interpretation. You know, the one from the DCAU.
You've interfered enough in the Empire's plans, Jedi. This ends now.
So you're Darth Seravin's pawns. All the scurrying you've done to cover the Empire's tracks was wasted. The crimes of the Sith are indelible. In ancient times, the Voss and Jedi joined forces against a common enemy, the Sith.
Tell me how you know this.
The writing on these stone tablets tells the tale. We're still translating it, but enough of the truth has surfaced already. It's over. Return to Darth Seravin. There's nothing you can do now.
Your proof won't be as convincing after I reduce it to rubble.
Defend the tablets!
I mean, it's a worthwhile pursuit, Arcana, so I don't exactly blame you there.
You've won. No more opposition. Seravin will be pleased. The tablets. Spare them, please. Without me, they can't hurt you.
If they're found and delivered to the Voss, it could cost me my life.
Take them with you. The Sith want to know what happened here. Find the source of the power in the Nightmare Lands. The answers may be here. And I would rather the truth collect dust in a Sith archive than be destroyed.
I mean, Inquisitor.
Darth Seravin may find some use for them.
Then they will endure. Good enough. Go. Return to your master. Tell him what you've done.
I kind of agree with you, Damashi. Clancy Brown is just Clancy Brown. What else is there to add to that? I know we're at Hearthing, but I'm not sure where we're Hearthing to. Let's try here. What innate advantage does a Sith have over a Jedi? Less paperwork. Not a joke. Let's see here.
Vehicle paths are currently open for business.
What innate advantage does a Jedi have over a Sith? Substantially less self-destructive. Like, let's be real. The ridiculous majority of Darkside users destroy themselves. It's kind of built into it. Do I believe the Jedi Guardian class is modeled after Obi-Wan? Strong emphasis on combat, not much emphasis on force powers. I thought that was modeled after Luke. I don't know. I don't remember. I know they specifically modeled them after, you know, one or the other.
I brought you something, my lord. Keln said this writing would prove that the Sith and Jedi had been to Voss before.
Interesting. Very interesting. I assumed Keln's evidence would be recent. I'll send these to the Sith Archive for study. You have served the Empire well. I will personally make certain that nothing can be traced to you.
I am most grateful.
You should be proud. You've utterly crushed the Republic's hope of victory. They will not recover soon.
I bring word.
Emissary, I wasn't expecting you. Do come in.
A mystic has had a vision concerning outsiders. Those serving a red banner will keep the Gormak from the stars and bring new wisdom to Voss.
I think we're the outsiders your mystic spoke of.
Indeed they are, Emissary. The Empire brought them here knowing they were fated to serve Voss.
Then I must report to the three. There is much to be done.
That was well played. You had that fool wrapped around your finger. Their naivety can be made to serve us. Fulfill this vision, and it will surely lead them to ally with the Empire.
Consider it done.
Excellent. We have much to do. Make a pilgrimage to the Shrine of Healing. It is a place these idiots revere greatly. All outsider pilgrims must have Fadeth Kai's permission to enter. Seek him out and get his approval.
Oh no, you're absolutely right, Pillars of Snow. I'm sorry. I'm referring to the ones all the way back in KOTOR. When they were first adding those. There was Guardian and then Sentinel, remember? And then Consular. Fortunately, I don't remember, like I said, which was modeled after which. Okay. Here's a good question. So let's assume all of Star Wars is just erased from existence. There we go. All that's left is A New Hope. It's the only Star Wars movie. What story would you write if all you had was A New Hope?
Welcome. Please select an available travel route.
I think what I would lean towards, I mean, that could be Pillars of Stone. I'm not as familiar. Django can answer that better than I can. He knows KOTOR way better than I ever will. Leia's descent into the dark side after the destruction of Alderaan makes sense. Although, the dark side is extremely not discussed in A New Hope. They didn't actually start fleshing out the very concept of the dark side until The Empire Strikes Back, which makes sense. A huge amount of Star Wars wasn't fleshed out until Empire Strikes Back. Admittedly, my first no, the dark side I think was mentioned by Obi-Wan. You know, he was a young student of mine who was seduced by the dark side of the Force. But I think there's only like 2 references to it in the whole film. It's really vague. So, the dark side is just kind of the evil, and that's about all we had for it. We're not even sure if there literally was a dark side of the Force. Let me walk this back. The way it's portrayed in A New Hope, it might not even be a capital D, capital S, right? It could have literally just been, he wanted to be evil. He was seduced by the dark side of the Force. Yeah, it could have literally been metaphorical, which is actually an interesting idea, now that you say that. So there's a lot of directions you could take that. There's one other thing about A New Hope, too.
Outsider, you are skilled in battle. We are desperate. I am Fadeth Kai. I guide pilgrims to the Shrine of Healing. Pilgrims can no longer reach this place. The Gormak will kill any who try.
Bring me up to speed.
The Gormak have built powerful cannons that can destroy aircraft in flight. Shuttles from Voss crash. Pilgrims die. The Gormak are pleased.
Perhaps I could be of assistance.
An outsider is our last resort. The Gormak have claimed an abandoned training camp. The cannons are located there. Enter the camp. Destroy the Gormak cannons. You will earn our respect.
Keep your ships grounded until I return.
The Voss are safe here.
Yeah, it probably says something about me that my knee-jerk answer would be to go back and write more about the Senate, the Galactic Empire, and the political thriller story that just kind of pops into my mind immediately.
You are Sith. You have power.
In the wake of the Death Star.
The Gormak attacked the Pilgrims. The Commandos defended them. It is not enough. The Empire says aggression is victory. We must learn this.
Tell me who you need killed, and I'll show you aggression like you've never seen.
I know the Gormak hiding places. Take this signal. Attract the Gormak. kill them.
I agree to your terms.
Speak to Commander Valenraz at the shrine when the Gormak are dead.
That's an interesting statement, Quentin Tarantino. What's a codev? And what's the upcoming expansion?
If you're all headed for the shrine, stop a moment. We have trouble that way. Sergeant Darst, Imperial Reclamation Service. We found disturbing evidence of an ancient link between the Jedi and the Voss. Jedi iconography, statues to be exact, found in Voss ruins. If authentic, they could make the Voss sympathetic to the Republic.
Am I supposed to care?
With the Voss, the Republic could win this war. We can't let them gain more favor. If we could confirm the statue's authenticity, we could determine how best to handle the situation and the Voss. Unfortunately, the local natives have overrun the area. Gormak, I think they're called. Ghastly, savage creatures.
Oh, duh. I know what co-development is. I'm sorry. I'm thinking in too many directions, Quentin. My apologies.
Destroy the ruins, blame the Gormak.
The Gormak have no interest in Voss ruins. Suspicion would fall on us. If you could cut a path through the Gormak, you could examine the statues yourself and report back. If the statues are fakes, they'll be exposed. If real, we'll do what's necessary to protect the Empire.
I won't do this for free.
I am authorized to offer hazard pay. The amount will be equal to the task. A few of our scouts managed to send back coordinates of the ruins. You'll find the statues inside. The Gormak won't make it easy, but examine them as best you can. I'll be waiting. Good luck.
You done? I actually had a few ideas there, but I really love Nerozaz's idea, especially since it's not mutually exclusive to my idea. Make the next story arc about the rebels rescuing the Emperor from the Senate, or actually the Moffs, excuse me. The people who are actually in charge. Probably the military. No, I take it back. I love how our con is just kind of warping around here. Again, political thriller. Absolutely, Django. The more boring, the better. Let's see here. Yeah, I think I like that idea. Yeah, no, I mean, the Senate was just removed from power. The Emperor's just a figurehead for the military. I'm gonna wait a minute this time. Have a little tidbit about how Grand Moff Tarkin was so influential, specifically because he had such standing within the military. Oh, that's it. Okay. That's... Also, one of the things that's amusing about A New Hope is it doesn't state that you have to be born into using the Force. It is the only time in Star Wars history that anybody could have learned the Force. Whoops. I mean, Vader's still a villain, yeah. I mean, it's not like he's Luke's father or anything. Don't be ridiculous. He was, after all, seduced into being evil. Love slow effects. And yeah, maybe have Vader try to make a play for the next Grand Moffhood. I don't know, I think there's a lot of directions we could go with that. It is implied that way, Dr. Winter, but it wasn't until later Star Wars that Force being, you know, something you're born into was actually codified. It was... The thing is, as much as I complain about the Force not being defined, the Force was ultra not defined back in A New Hope. It was so vague that it could easily be seen to be a lot of different things. Oh, that's a good point, Pillars of Snow. That's a good point. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to find the money people and murder them. And now that they're dead, I'm going to do my political thriller story. Alright, so now that that's done, Loke asks... Oh, actually, I already answered that. How come Darth Thanaton has a more unique character model than Vitiate? Because Vitiate isn't a character in this game. Excuse me. In vanilla. The whole gun respawned. Did you see that? That was amusing. I love watching Arcana just teleport around here, by the way. It's like he's just casting Blink over and over. Political stories can absolutely... Oh my god! Can absolutely work. I've actually read quite a few good ones. And watched and played. The problem... I've talked about this many times before. The problem is a lot of people don't understand the difference between a bureaucratical story and a political story. Nobody cares about a bunch of people sitting down and taking down the meeting minutes from last week and trying to figure out if they're going to be ahead on their budget this next week. A lot of people care whether or not this particular noble lord is going to be able to exemplify his claim on this other noble lord while he's trying to backstab the local pope, because the pope isn't actually supporting him but thinks he is. Meanwhile, there's actually this other guy over here. He's just this rogue mercenary, but he's actually the son of this guy, which gives him a blood claim to this thing, but...
Gormak cannons are silent. You succeed where Voss fail. The Shrine of Healing is open to you. Dalgo Wo guards the proving grounds. Speak with him to begin the trials.
What are these trials? How do they work?
The trials are for the mystics. Few know what they face. The shuttles will bring Voss. I must guide them.
Yeah, I don't actually mean this as a reference to the show, but Games of Thrones tend to be entertaining. In fact, some of you remember on stream about 2 years ago, we came up with the term political thriller, or political intrigue, to define a story that's politics and good, as opposed to bureaucratical nonsense, which is a politics story that's bad. That's a good question, Mr. Red. Considering I actually plan to review Empire Strikes Back someday, I suppose I'll get you that answer someday. Let's see. Favorite Star Trek guest actor? Ooh, there's so many good ones. I'm just gonna stand here while I wait. Let's see. There's so many good ones. James Sloyan is definitely one of the better ones. He's only done a few roles, but each one is amazing. Well, that's not true. 3 out of 4 is amazing. Well, see, the problem is I disagree with you, Dr. Winter. Because a story about whether or not they're going to be above their budget for the next week is only technically politics. And I know that sounds facetious, but I'm not really speaking facetiously. So, okay. God, this is actually really complicated. That's why I'm just rolling my eyes a bit here. The problem is, a lot of writers want to write political stories because they are rather popular, and because they're fun to write. The problem is, a lot of writers don't understand what political stories actually means. So they'll write something like, let's call it what it is, Episode 1. Episode 1 was not a political story. It was trying to be, but it failed at it. Episode 1 was boring. Now, the problem is you could say, well, that's about implementation, but I don't fully agree with that. There are core structural differences between writing a story about trade disputes and writing a story about political intrigue. I legitimately think that they failed on a fundamental level, not just an execution level. Is that Count Dooku? Oh my god, look! Honestly, you know what? Damashi raises a good point. Arkham City is more of a political story than, oh my god, it's Leia. Look, look. Is more of a political story than Episode 1 is. But, I'm not going to argue it. You win, Dr. Winter. Ugh. Let's see here. James Sloyan is a really good guest star. Let's see who else would be really high up there. I actually really liked the Banks story arc in the Clone Wars. No joke. Long live the Banks. I believe so, yes. See, that's why I was stumped during all that, because my first thought, Pancakes, was Jeffrey Combs. But I think not only literally, but legally, he doesn't qualify as a guest star. He's a recurring star, or whatever they call that. That's like saying Dukat is a guest star.
One of your commandos asked us to root out Gormak ambushes and report to you when they were all dead.
Sathra Khan, aggression is victory. We will think on this. The pilgrims are safe. Thank you. Journey well.
Sith Empire amusing, forced to pretend affection. Will you now pretend interest in Voss history?
Yes.
History must be fascinating. I am eager to learn more about it.
Of course, I am eager to teach. Out there are writings, memories, the mystics speak. Learn, study, return, and your path may be easier.
Tell me anything else important about the area.
Gormak creatures. It is Voss. Keep an open mind. Maybe even learn.
See, Wallace Shawn also feels like a recurring. The Nagus was in quite a few episodes. More than Q was, I believe. No, you win, Dr. Winter. I'm not going to argue it. You win. The last Gormak must not die. There was no discussion. Oh god, this is the exact same quest as on the Republic. That's even the exact same dialogue. Wow. That's... holy crap. And again, speaking as someone who did this just last week, trust me when I say that's the exact same dialogue. So we're just gonna blitz these a little bit, like you do. Good time to read some questions. What's the Sith's stance regarding marriage? Lots of Sith have husbands, wives, and in-betweens. I don't think there's a stance they have. What's the United States Senate's stance on marriage? I'm just gonna... Yep. Yep. During one of the Sith warrior quests, you can approach a Darth's wife, have sex with her, after killing him. So, since Darth Mar and Satele are stated to be equal, and Malgus has always been portrayed as stronger than Satele, does this imply that Malgus is stronger than Mar? Honestly, I've always assumed that Mar isn't actually super strong, like personally, He just has a freaking brain. And I don't just mean in general. I mean that he applies himself, you know, much better. Malgus isn't exactly stupid. Not really. But Malgus is the archetype of the Sith Juggernaut in this particular era. You know, my main class. So named because it's a freaking Juggernaut. Just gonna start that without people so I can do this. There we go. Read at your leisure. Oh, I actually firmly believe that the Sith Empire would have fallen apart without people like Mar. He's not the only one, but he's really high up on the food chain, and that's important. Ooh, I'm not here. Yeah, I don't actually know why Malgus is a fan favorite. Don't mistake me, he was interesting, but he's still very Sith, and, well, that's problematic for the usual reasons. Goddamn, I just saw this. Wait, why would anybody care about the trailers, Jago? Let's see. For the rewrite, we've discussed the Jedi a lot. What about the Sith? So, they're gone. There we go. There are no Sith. All right, cool. Next thing. Well, what I want to see in Persona 6. Okay, Ross is probably gone by now, because I think he asked that question. Here, I got timestamps. He asked that question about 20 minutes ago. Oh, hi, Ross. Nice. Yeah, okay. What, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get that out of the way. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. What I want most out of Persona 6 is really simple. There's two things, okay? Get rid of the nonsense, and get rid of the empty text. Now, nobody else wants to get rid of the nonsense, so I'm willing to compromise on that because I don't want people to be upset with a game that isn't what they want. But, God, get rid of the empty text.
I have studied the words of the mystics.
Obligation, genuine interest, doesn't matter. How you learn will determine success. The shrine sees you.
I mean, Persona 5 had a lot of padding in every aspect of game design and story design.
Sergeant, your path is clear. The statues are real.
I was afraid of that. If the Voss discover these statues... Even a small seismic event might destroy them. I'll look into it. Your assistance is appreciated.
It's not quite a joke, Dr. Winter. It's approaching not a joke. It would be more accurate to say that whatever the Sith are would be so fundamentally changed from their original version that the only thing that would be the same is the fact that they probably use the Force, and they're called the Sith. Oh, no kidding, Damashi. Empty text is just... It's always irritated me since I first started encountering it, which is right around the PS1 era. But... God, I swear it's gotten worse. If they keep the empty text but remove the nonsense, cool. I mean, I'm going to be completely honest. If Persona 6 is as good as Persona 5, I'll probably enjoy it. It's just... There's these guys hitting me with pain sticks every single time I play that freaking game. Which is, I've played through it twice, if you're remembering. There will probably be someday a third playthrough of that game. Oh, sorry, I gotta do the Worf thing where he does that. Worf did that weird thing with his lips. Gotta do that. There we go, okay. Where's this port to? Sorry. Tell I'm reading. That being said, so you've already heard my idea for what I want to do with the dark side, right? AKA the dark side doesn't exist, and yada yada yada. But if that's true, then, like, what do we do with the Sith? Do we keep them the species? Do we keep it a cult? There's a lot of options there, and I'm not sure which direction is best to take it in. So, as with all things, the Sith will be a discussion.
I want to begin the trials. I was told to speak with Dalga Woe.
Fadeth Kai sent word. He claims you are worthy. The trials are
Sure
sacred.
thing, General.
Why does an outsider seek entry?
I have yet to meet a challenge I can't conquer.
You may find death instead. The trials are for the mystics. Their training ends here. The trials claim many. You may not survive.
I don't suppose you have any advice for an outsider.
The trials are for the mystics. Think as they do. Enter the proving grounds. The trials await.
I like the idea of the Sith being the papacy. I really like the idea of the Sith being the papacy. Not evil. Not good. An organization.
Excuse me. I am looking for the Dreamwalker's chambers.
You have passed the trials. You are not free to explore. The chambers are for Dreamwalkers.
I am a Dreamwalker.
Forgive me. Enjoy your research.
Thanks. Thanks. And yeah, Mr. Red is actually correct, Django. They don't know there's no dark side. That's actually an important narrative point. They think there is such a thing as the light side and the dark side, and that causes problems.
Outsider, this knowledge is forbidden.
I don't mean to intrude, but I need your help.
You seek the ritual of mind healing. It is forbidden. I sense your disease, the cost of deception. I will not help. Forbidden.
You will teach me the ritual.
I will teach you the ritual.
I can't believe that worked.
In the dark heart of the Nightmare Lands, there is a dream rock. The rock turns nightmares to flesh.
What's the Dark Heart? And the Nightmare Lands? And the Dream Rock?
The Nightmare Lands is the corruption. The Dark Heart is the darkest place where the Dream Rock is. The Dream Rock is the Dream Rock. There is nothing like it. The nightmares are the disease. Defeat the nightmares, defeat the disease. A Gormak must go. A Gormak must use the Dream Rock.
You mean those vicious warrior things that keep attacking me?
The Gormak feeds the rock. The rock transforms the nightmares. The Voss kills the nightmares. The rock heals the Voss. The Gormak walk in their dreams. This is taboo. It is still truth.
Where do I find a dreamwalking Gormak?
Difficult. The Gormak are not Voss. The Gormak should not...
Spoilers, the Gormak are Voss.
Find the Gormak. Use the rock. Defeat the nightmares. Heal the Voss. This must not be spoken. Safe journey.
My lord, the Voss are trying to force me off the planet. Their commanders are destroying my research. All because I helped you.
I don't wish to cause any more trouble than necessary. Try to appease them until I get there.
Thank you, my lord. That's 20 years of my life. Get your hands off!
You know, it's funny you say that, Mr. Red. I had a theory. It was a very, very vague thought, but it's exactly what you just said. I had the vague thought that Palpatine, like the source of so much of his power, is the fact that he was one of the tremendously few who actually understood what the Force was, and so wasn't limited by the narrow, dogmatic view of everyone else. I mean, I like Sith Inquisitor. I'm with it. I'm with it. I also like the idea that he's not the only one who figures it out. I'm not sure who else should. Because I think at least a few characters should be aware of the true nature of the Force. By percentages, if nothing else. See, I was thinking Yoda. But if Yoda was really aware of it, then he'd probably have been kicked out of the Jedi Order and living on some swamp planet in exile. That fits so well, doesn't it? That fits so well. Then all we have to do is add another little tidbit about Obi-Wan, implying, like, we don't even have to have a Force ghost moment in Empire Strikes Back. Obi-Wan could just have mentioned Yoda sometime while training Obi-Wan. Like, yeah, Yoda was the one who taught me before, you know, he left the Order, yada, yada, yada. And then Luke, who is desperate for any kind of training, is like, I know he's no longer a Jedi, but I have no other choice. Luke finds Dagobah, finds Yoda, and learns about the true nature of the Force. God, I hate that question, Jungle. Why do you ask that question?
You do not belong here, Honored One. You have earned your place in the shrine, but the vision was clear. Another mystic has been chosen. You must leave.
I'm an outsider. You should get your eyes checked.
So I'm going to skip through this because this is the same as the Republic. With one exception, which is like at the very end. Literally, the last step will be the difference.
I'm not sure.
You can add this person.
Like, it's so easy to explain why the concept of a rewrite exists, Django. It's so easy. I don't even know where to begin. That's how problematic it is.
We do only the vision.
And I've answered that question so many times from so many people since I was a kid.
Your choice doesn't make sense, but I can't...
We do.
Forgive, I'm still...
Like, if I wanted to write a new story, I would, and in fact, I have, many times.
What would have to be done?
I will tell you what I saw. You will tell me what it means. You are a full mystic. You have had many visions.
Hell.
You know what to look for.
Even ignoring the possibility and enjoyment of things like...
mystics,
fan fiction, or, I don't know, the EU... The only thing you need to do to understand about the benefit or enjoyability of a rewrite is to phrase it around a simple question. What if? And that's ignoring the creative spark. So I'm going to say something that sounds like an insult, Django, and I swear I don't mean it as one. But I'm guessing... Yep, it's already bugged for me. It is already bugged for me. I'm gonna bow out. I'll be with you guys in a minute. I'm going to guess that you don't have that creative spark, Django. Because creatives have a very strong tendency to want to put their fingerprints on something. Where's the exit? It's like right here. Is it? Nope. How many times have you seen someone do a different take on Batman, Django? Let me use a really common example. Okay, I'm gonna have to hearth out of here, aren't I? Yep. How many times have you seen a different take on Superman? Or the Force? Or Star Wars? Most creative types tend to enjoy wanting to put their own particular spin on things. Now, you could argue it's so different from the original it doesn't represent the original. And that's the argument. That's always the argument. And that's because everyone disagrees on what makes something the original thing. That's fine. I understand that. You could easily point to me and say, Lore, your Trek rewrite is not enough Trek, and therefore shouldn't be considered the Trek rewrite. I should know. I've already had people tell me that. I disagree with that, though, and that's the thing. To me, I am still keeping with what I consider to be the core tenets of Trek, and that's kind of the whole point of the rewrite, is to keep with the core tenets of the original work. My opinion, of course. But that's the thing. Everyone's going to have a different opinion on what that means. If I actually asked everyone in chat right now what they think the very central core tenet is of insert setting here, they would all give me different answers about that. So let me ask you this, Django. What are the core central tenets of Star Wars? Real question. I actually know what the core tenet of the extant is. It's that people are inherently good, not inherently evil. Before I forget to ask, comma, any good news on the medical front? Question mark. Do I give a second negative for this? Yes. This is a mandatory quest, this is MSQ, and it's in the way on both sides, and it's bugged in the exact same way on both sides. It's even the exact same quest on both sides. Signs point to yes. Chat even agrees with me. It's always nice. I'll even copy-paste the negative just to show my contempt for it. Let's see. There it is. I mean, yeah, Wenlock, you're absolutely right. I can't tell you how many times I've heard people arguing about the sequel trilogy along the lines of, yes, it's absolutely core tenet to Star Wars. No, it has nothing to do with core Star Wars. I mean, those arguments tend to be ignoring quality, but even if you ignore quality, those arguments tend to be fairly commonplace, or at least they used to. I haven't heard one in a while, admittedly. There it is. Oh. Negative to gameplay. I think you're absolutely right, Jay Palmer. Which would explain why we have the exact same bug. Oh my god, really? Really? Okay, hold up. Okay, so Django thinks the core tenets of Star Wars are the dark side's evil and the light side's good, which I obviously already disagree with. World War II in space, totally with you on that. A story about good overcoming evil. Yep, I'm with you on all of those points. Except for the dark side being evil and the light side being good. Let's reset this. Which I can't do because I'm stupid. Yeah, the sequel trilogy literally doesn't agree with itself about what the core tenets of Star Wars are. Go figure. Reset. Take 3. Thank you, Bragwin. Just, God, frickin' boss. Where are you at? Talos, come here. Give me a bright light in my friggin' game, Talos. Now, I should probably mention, obviously Django and I are going to disagree on this point, because he doesn't think there's a point in video game remakes. So, I think we've got a fundamental disagreement, like, philosophically, right at the beginning there. There, that took way too friggin' long. Die. I've given into the dark side, because that took too long.
I'm an archaeologist, not a fighter.
To be clear, Django, if I have to say this, which I really shouldn't have to say this, but to be clear, there's no judgment here, right? I admit I haven't met a lot of people who dislike the idea of remakes as a concept. But you know, that's your take. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as you're not beating puppies up, right? John goes over in the back there, greasing the wheels of his treads. Yeah, it's another thing. What are the core tenets of Star Trek? I actually had someone during one of the rewrite streams, when we were kibitzing some ideas for the Trek rewrite, argue that transporters are core Star Trek. Transporters. You know, the things that beam you from point A to point B. That person I'm making fun of. That was stupid. Come on, let me fight you. Let me fight you. Let me fight you. Okay, fine, whatever. Oh, there we go. Fight you. I actually am with you on that, Dr. Winter. Really. I still absolutely want to do the rewrites. Lots of them. But that's entirely from a creative perspective. Like I said, I want to put my fingerprints on it. I want to put my take on X, Y, and Z. That's something I've wanted to do since I was a kid, and now that I have an actual outlet for doing that, that's just awesome. I'm jazzed about the Diablo rewrite. I'm jazzed about the Trek rewrite, and so forth and so on. The extant rewrite... Oh, I can't make fun of that because Evo's not here. You know what? Those are good tenets, Django. I like those. Now, what's funny is some people think I haven't actually carried those forward into the Trek rewrite. Those people are wrong, of course. But they're allowed to be wrong. We here at the Lorewalkers are tolerant of people who are face-palmingly stupid. But I shouldn't do that. I'm sorry. I have heard people argue that I have made Star Trek too dark. And those people have not seen actually darkier storytelling. That's all I gotta say about that. They also haven't seen, you know, Star Trek, which is actually pretty dark, as I've analyzed and showcased for how many years? When did the first Voyager video come out exactly? Yeah, it's been a minute. Hasn't quite been a decade. Because we started those after I was fired from my job for having health issues. That's not fair. That's not fair. I did have health issues, but what actually got me fired was the fact that I refused to work a ridiculous work week that would have literally physically killed me. So it's different, you know? God, screw that place. Oh, wow. October 2012. Damn. Name a time in TOS it got dark. Conscience of the King. Right off the top of my head. No problem. Boom. I don't even have to go to the really dark stuff. Just a morality story about Kirk wrestling with his humanity and his need and desire for vengeance against a mass murderer who himself didn't even want to be a mass murderer. Dark storytelling. TOS, Season 2. Or 1, I forget which, but it's not Season 3. God. Dark Star Trek, whatever. Anyways, sorry, I'm getting way out of the weeds here. I apologize. Let's rewind all the way back to the beginning. So, I guess the simplest way I could put it is the way I think of it, Django, and I know you're not going to agree with this, I'm just trying to explain the mentality. The way I think of it is, I think of Star Wars as being a bunch of Legos. And what I want to do is reimagine it. The rewrite is, all rewrites are ultimately reimaginings more than like remasters or whatever other term you would use there. I want to take those Legos and pull them apart and rebuild something else that is built out of the same pieces of Star Wars, if that makes any sense. Because there's so many fascinating concepts and ideas and set pieces and characters and technology. And there's just cool stuff, right? I just want to play with it. I just want to play with it and put it together. And that's kind of the appeal for me, personally. Does that make any sense? It's okay to say no and say, Laura, you're dumb and you're stupid and I hate you.
Outsider.
Blah, blah, blah.
When it comes not
exact same dialogue. Kill the dude. Kill the rabbit. Kill the rabbit. I think my favorite part is this quest takes forever.
Some of my combat training.
Rabbit! Yes! I mean, not that I'm secretly a Ferengi. Look, there was this whole quantum time thing. You don't even want to know. I ended up in Roswell, New Mexico. I've been trying to make a go of it ever since. Yeah, the minimum changes game is a much different animal. Fun. I actually like doing the minimum changes game a lot. But yeah, Pillars of Snow is correct. That is a very different creative exercise. Up? Should be an up. That's probably last time too. Maybe there's a... Nope, okay. I love how useless this map is. Oh, the one change game. I love the one. Like, okay, one change game for A New Hope. Let's do it real quick. What one? So, okay, let me explain this for those of you who don't know what it is. The one change game. It's actually the minimum change game. It's not the one change game. The minimum change game. Really? You're not going to diagram? Okay. The minimum change game is you want to change as little as possible with the existing work to maximize the improvement to the work, right? And the goal is to have as few changes as possible. The final goal, of course, being just changing one thing. So, one change to A New Hope. Or minimum changes to A New Hope. Jay Palmer is going into grimdark territory over there. Jesus, man. I'm going the wrong way, because of course I am. I've seen several Obi-Wan lives, which is funny, because George Lucas himself actually wanted to make that change. Get me out of this stupid place. So this should be the unique one.
Crude, but effective.
I think.
I am Magra Su. All the trials.
Nope.
Failure of the missile. What the you?
If we are to conquer our enemies, Zash's former apprentice must die.
I don't plan on dying.
When the time comes, I will not need your approval.
And that's it. That's all we get for Thanaton.
You have seen what comes.
One of the weaker ones.
All I see
I actually cannot join? Hang on. Am I in an instance right now? Nope, I'm out. That's strange. Hang on. Let me head outside. Han dies saving Luke. Everyone's just being evil. Jeez Louise. Give Peter Cushing boots that fit. Nah, man. Lavender scenting. That's where it's at. Okay, now let's see if I can, like...
Vehicle paths are currently open for business.
Those slippers were legit, okay? I actually kind of like Obi-Wan staying alive. I know that sounds strange, because there's actually a lot of legitimately good reasons for Obi-Wan to die in A New Hope. It's why they killed him. But the problem is, it introduces a lot of problems by its mere existence. Because George demanded that Obi-Wan continue to be in the story, and so Force Ghosts were invented in order to make that happen. I do also like the idea of Luke having more of a connection to his family instead of, like, 3 seconds of, I want to join you and get the hell out of here. Can I help you?
You did not turn back. This is your second warning. Safe journey.
I hope your journey is safe and pleasant as well.
The shuttle master expects you.
Leave.
Thank you, my lord. What a mess. It looks like their bark was worse than their bite. They haven't broken much. Now, how's the ritual coming along? Have you discovered what you need to do?
I spoke to a ghost in the Shrine of Healing who told me I needed to find a Gormak.
Tell me what you can.
Hi, Morganite.
I've been studying the Voss for 20 years, and I think I understand 2 words. The Nightmare lands, I understand. But you need to find a dream-walking Gormak and activate a dream rock in order to fight nightmares?
Don't forget the part where the nightmares turn to flesh and blood.
Yes, of course. Look, I'm sorry, I can't wrap my head around this. A dream-walking, nightmare-fighting Gormak. What would that be? A Gormak that can use the Force? I don't know what you're trying to do, let alone where to find one that can do it.
My understanding is that dreamwalking is a Force ritual. Does that help?
Not much. Here's what I can tell you. The Gormak hate the Voss, and they absolutely do not use the Force. They refer to Voss mystics as nightmares, and the closest things they have to mystics socially are their shamans. End chapter, end book.
What do you mean the shamans are like the mystics socially?
Just that. They don't have the special abilities of the mystics, but they're sort of spiritual leaders. Wait, what's this? There is one obscure Gormak legend of a shaman who visited strange places in his sleep. It's a shot in the dark, but the shamans have a meeting stone deep in Gormak lands. Perhaps if you dreamwalk nearby, you may locate a fellow walker. I'm sorry I can't help you more, my lord. This Force business is, no offense, insane.
No offense taken. In fact, flirt. Alright, no, that's it, Mr. Red. Every time Obi-Wan says a line, he's actually shaking the person while he's talking to them. There we go. One change. Done. We did it. We nailed it. We're gone. Walk home. We're good. We need to make that. We need to make that at some point. All right. I actually have my own one change to A New Hope. You ready for this? I've been thinking about it. Get rid of Owen and Aunt Beru. Hear me out for a second. Luke is by himself, living on his own moisture farm, hating it. Abandoned, just coping, struggling to survive. Knows this old mystic friend. No, it's not Warburg. Knows this old mystic friend.
Vehicle paths are currently open for business.
It removes some of the opening problems of the immediate detachment from Owen and Beru. It actually kind of changes around Luke's initial mentality. It explains why he jumps into the Force and the adventure so quickly. It kind of provides him the impetus for why he bothers. It also bypasses several other logical issues, like the fact that everyone should have been able to find him a few thousand times. But also, it kind of shifts the hero's journey a little bit around. That's also kind of neat. And if we're being frank, they don't really add a lot to the narrative. They are there so that we can see a very brief snippet of Luke's ordinary life that he wants to get away from. But they don't have to be there for that. The farm accomplishes that. And yes, I realize they did this with Rey. I don't care. Stand by it. This is apparently not who I'm talking to. Who am I talking to?
Excuse me. I don't want to seem presumptuous, but I've got important intelligence that needs to be shared. We've uncovered a hidden Jedi outpost in the cliffs not far from here. They don't know we found them yet.
That's also true. We could change Luke's age around because of that.
The Jedi must be dealt with. Immediately.
I'm sorry. I can't send troops out there. My commander has really tied my hands on this one. We're not allowed to initiate an attack. The higher-ups say we can't breach the supposed peace. I've been told it's important to keep the Voss happy. But this is a special circumstance. Surely something can be done.
Leave it to me. The Jedi will regret ever coming to Voss, and the natives won't ever know.
I don't envy them having to face you in a closed space. They'll wish we never found them. Of course, if you find anything that hints at the Jedi's activities, Captain Mariel will want to see it.
Oh no, that would change a ton, Nero's as. I agree. You know... I mean, that would have worked better, Bragwin.
Who is in command here? I need information on the Gormak's ship.
I'm in command of this outpost. I can tell you of the ship. My second-in-command led a strike force to the construction site. They could not breach its shields.
Sounds fraught with danger. Count me in.
Kotal, speak of your battle at the ship construction site.
My commandos attempted to reach the shield generators. The Gormak were organized and waiting, led by one they call their king, Joko. They were too many and too entrenched. We were forced to turn back.
Since when do Gormak plan defenses? They're brutes.
Jokul has united them. This has never happened before. The ship is nearly finished. It will be capable of attacking Voss-Ka by air.
The generators surround the ship. Many Gormak will defend them. Take these. Once the shield is down, plant the charges on the ship. That will keep it from the stars.
No, Mr. Red. And that was never going to happen. If every expansion has nothing but knockout quests, overworld design, class design, and dungeon design and boss design, I still don't think this game can net positive on gameplay. The question is if the story will drag it up to net positive, period. And that's a big question mark. Anyways, now that I think about it, I like the idea more that Luke isn't miserable and living on his own, that he's just living with his uncle, Obi-Wan. Adopted, obviously. No biological relation. I know that's borrowing from 1,000 different story arcs, I just don't care. If I could change one Star Wars death, which one would it be? Obi-Wan! Okay, there we did it. What? Oh. Right. Sorry. No, Palpatine should have died. Let me walk that back. Palpatine should have stayed dead. My dislike of Dark Empire is well known. Although Dark Empire did give us 4 storms. That's kind of cool. I'm gonna do nothing. Okay.
Yes?
The Eclipse is also a very pretty ship. I like the Eclipse. And I actually like a lot of the visuals, just the art style of Dark Empire is pretty good. And of course, I like 4 storms.
Just set me at them.
Yep, I think that's it. I think that's the full extent of the positive things I can say about Dark Empire. No, J. Palmer. You know what I do like? The idea that the Eclipse's armor is so strong, it can just ram other ships. Conk. Okay. Wasn't expecting that. Hello? I'm not Voss, dude. You are corruption. You must leave or we must kill you. It is your choice.
Yes, I am corrupted. I need you to heal me of my corruption.
Voss are the corruption. Their nightmares are the corruption. Kill the Voss. Kill the nightmares. No more corruption. Cormac, don't help Voss. Don't use strange nightmare powers. Don't use corruption.
Help me, or I will tell your friends about your dream-walking ability.
Don't tell. It's corruption. Corruption must be killed. Make exchange. I will help you if you will help me.
If it will win me your friendship, then I accept.
Gormak are great warriors. For many hundreds of seasons they fight all things. Beasts, Voss, and each other. I am tired of fighting always. The Gormak must take to the stars. Find friends, find peace. Away from the Voss. The Gormak do not have many ships. We need to get up to Voss Pillar to reach sky. Voss do not like this. Turn us away. Kill us.
Help me complete my ritual, and I will get you through Voss Car and into space.
I don't know many rituals. I'm not sure I can help. I will try if you will help me, though.
Where can I find you?
Gormak Mad, King Mad, wants endless war, destruction. Put me in cage for talking about reaching stars, finding peace. Find me at Meeting Stone. Free me. Okay. You scratch my back? Oh, jeez, Bragwin. I thought my stories were dark. Jeez. No, I'm sorry. That sounds deleterious. I don't mean that way. I should probably get through the question queue, especially while we're doing some boring stuff. So, okay. I answered that, actually. I've actually answered some of these. Thoughts on playing a Star Wars Universe detective game where you're a Rimworld sheriff or law enforcement? Yes! I was playing with a pitch that would let you immerse the lore characters, galaxy policy of a certain era without being related to Jedi. Again, yes. God, yes. There was a donation? Jeez, I'm missing everything today? God, I hate this song. Let me line up my run here, because I gotta go a long ways south. I'm dead serious. That sounds awesome. Yeah, playing as a cop during the last days of the Republic on the Rim. Like, still in Republic space, but only kinda, you know? That sounds legit. And of course, no Force, which is even better. Let's see. Was there a donation? You lied! No, I'm actually joking. But I do want to say thank you, Jesse's Mask, for the donation. Completely missed it. Much appreciated. Thank you for checking me on that. Let's see. So that's going towards 1, 2, 3, 4 things? That doesn't sound right. Oh, 5 things. There it is. God, the formatting on this is terrible. Whoops. Do we need... We do need that. Cave. So that's going to be towards the Voyager Streaminations. Wake 1 Remaster. I don't even know that was a thing. Sonic Adventure DX. Doom 1. Doom 2. Done. The pact has been fulfilled. Let's see if this works here. Probably not. Nope. Okay, yeah, alright, whatever. And thank you, Jesse's Mask, again. And yet you won't write about those goblins, Bregwin. Sadness. So. Questions. Assuming I do start reviewing movies, which I do want to do someday, just for fun. What movie would I use as a test run? There's actually several movies I will use as a test run. I've actually already decided this. The Star Wars movies and the Star Trek movies. I want to start with movies that I know inside out already. I want to start with movies that I'm very, very familiar with and don't need to really do a lot of research on. And can just sit back and try to test and examine my own opinions thereupon. So, the Star Wars and the Star Treks. Yeah, that's another thing. You're absolutely right, Mr. Red. The Star Treks and the Star Wars range all the way up and down the quality scale. From some of what I consider to be the best movies ever made, to some of what I consider to be the worst movies ever made. Star Trek 2 and Star Trek 10 do coexist, after all. I like that, Nero says. That's a good change. Have I ever watched Transformers Prime? I've never even heard of that, so I'm gonna go with no. Or if I have, well, you know, I'm not familiar with it. The last great victory of the Republic. What about ships for the Star Wars rewrite? Which ships are we keeping? Obviously, all the Star Destroyers, because they're amazing. In all honesty, I probably wouldn't eject most of the ships. I might redefine a couple of them to make more sense, but I wouldn't eject most of the ships. No, not even the stupid ones. Like those stupid freaking Separatist ships. You know the one that looks redunculous. No, not the donut. New ships?
Just let me at them.
I'd probably hesitate to add new ships. If I'm going to design my own ships, I'm probably going to put that within the extant. And honestly, I've been too influenced by Homeworld at this point in my life, so they'd be too Homeworld and less Star Wars, so again, no. I mean, Tony Todd is legit, Zactaft. Vulture droids? Yes. Tri-fighter? Don't even remember which one that is. Dropship? I don't know what that is either. Grievous's capital ship from episode 3? No. What is the name of that stupid thing? Yeah, I'd probably either bring the X-Wing down... Well, no, we actually talked about what we'd do with the X-Wings. We'd make the X-Wings, like, super expensive prototypes that they really can only afford the one squad of. So the Rebel Alliance gets a squadron of X-Wings. And that could be a whole thing. You know, which groups of people, which fighters and people and pilots, excuse me, which pilots they actually trust with their X-Wings is an extremely small list. And it can be kind of a character point when Luke becomes one of those pilots. And yeah, Rogue Squadron, it's built into it, right? Every loss of a Rogue Squadron member would be a huge deal. Not just because of that amazing pilot, but because of that amazing craft. And yeah, exactly, you'd only want to deploy the X-Wings when you really need them. Stuff like that. Not sure what I'd do with the TIEs. I'd have to think about that, if anything. The problem is, the mass-produced cheapo material approach does make a degree of sense. If we presume the Galactic Empire only cares about quantity and not quality. In other words, they're playing as Russia. So, possibly? I don't know. That'll be a debate, I think. Oh, dude, Tony Todd is perfect for Venom. Holy crap. The TIE, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong here, I thought that Vader's TIE was the prototype for the TIE Advanced. And the TIE Advanced is a beautiful craft. Oh my god, that thing's amazing. What, Squadrons? Star Wars? I hope so, someday. Anyway, so... The Advanced... Oh, I mean, the Defender is a better fighter, the end. However, I actually prefer flying Advanceds. They handle differently. And it's a lot smoother. I don't know, it's hard to explain. Go watch the TIE Fighter review. I talk about it then. So that was ships. Okay, so you have to pick 3 super weapons to keep in Star Wars. Which 3 do you pick? Not counting the Death Star, because that is the gimme answer. So, let's see here. No. Flat forbidden, silly idea.
By order of the Imperial Reclamation.
Ironically, I wouldn't keep the Death Star, too. I've said that before. I like the idea of keeping the Star Forge. Absolutely. I'm with you on that. Yeah, sorry. So what happened, silly idea? Let me answer you in more complexity here. Once upon a time, we actually started doing book... God damn it. Started doing book ruminations, and they just really didn't work. And they didn't work so bad and so hard, I vowed to never do a book rumination ever again. Sorry, the format doesn't fit. Okay. Oh, that was actually a quick respawn. Holy crap! I figured that'd be a 5-minute respawn. Like it usually is. I'm not even mad about that. I am not keeping the Death Star destroyers. Those are so stupid. They're one of the dumbest super weapons in the entire setting. And that's saying something. God, just...
There.
I mean, book clubs are certainly a thing, and for good reason, silly idea. It's just, yeah, it doesn't... I feel like for a book rumination to work, it would have to be a book stream. I'm not suggesting that, don't donate towards it. But you get my point, right? Like, I don't think a pre-recorded analysis of a book works for me. It would have to be a discussion. It would have to be a back and forth. No, don't donate for it. I'm vetoing it right now. Although, actually, Pompanix is quite correct. We have literally discussed books before on this channel. just usually when they're related to something else, like Star Wars or Warcraft. I literally have the Illidan novel right there, for God's sakes. Anyways. Listen, every time we start a book channel in the Discord, it gets shut down due to lack of interest. Don't look at me. You know, I actually don't know, Latario. Did that count? Nope. That's true. We read the Journal of the Two Sisters. That was pretty cool. I know, right, Arcana? Okay. Starforge is one of them. I've picked my second one. I'm not up to a third yet. The second one I want to keep are the World Devastators. The factories, the mobile factories. Yes, I realize I just picked 2 factories, but I stand by it. Okay, and that's there. You have no idea, Zeiss. I want to play Factorio, too. I mean, I'm kind of a builder at heart anyways. I'm a Revan, not a Malik. Yeah, sorry, Latario, hang on. Where are we at? Let me finish this third. I need a third super weapon to keep. I mean, the mass shadow generator does qualify, being honest. I think I've heard of that one, Silly Eddie. I think my mother was reading it. She's a much bigger sci-fi book geek than I am. Nihilus? I mean, narratively, Nihilus is a super weapon. He's a rogue black hole. You know what? I'm going to cheat. I'm going to pick Nihilus. There you go. Boom. There's our 3. Boom, boom, boom. Done. All right. Let's see if they're... Hang on. Let me edit the queue a little bit here, so we can have some of Latario's questions. Oh, someone just added a question. Hang on. That... Yes. Come on. There we go. There we go. Okay. What was my reaction to Leia's Superman moment in Episode 8? Rolling my eyes. I didn't audibly groan, but I was actually just like, really? And that was my overall reaction to that. Next Latario question is it true in the scene with the death of Luke's family was your first encounter with actual evil? The first one I remember. It's probably the easiest way to answer that. But I will flat out admit, and I think I said this in the rumination as well, for the longest time, I couldn't actually watch that scene when rewatching A New Hope, and I used to rewatch New Hope all the time. I would just skip right past it because it bothered me. Just yikes. Let's see. Jeez. Do I think the ancient Sith were on the same power level as the Saiyans from DBZ? No. Even not knowing that much about DB, I don't think they were at that level. Do I think Anakin would have hated Palpatine if he had Ahsoka executed after the bombing of the Jedi Temple? Yes! I don't think Anakin would have ever recovered from that with regards to his connection to Palpatine. And then Tara shares a horrifying story she wrote. Any other... do the silencer... Oh, someone else already answered the silencer question. Okay, that's all your questions, Latario. Okay. You keep your promises. Not like the Voss. God, I hope not, Mr. Red. Tell me about the ritual. The Gormak know many rituals, but they are different from Voss rituals.
I am supposed to go to the Nightmare Lands and use a rock.
Explain. This ritual is strange. I've heard of the Nightmare Lands. I have not heard of Dream Rock. Is dreamwalking the place where you talk to me? This ritual sounds corrupt.
Dreamwalking is what you do when you use the Voss corruption to walk in your dreams.
I don't like it. I made promise. I'm not a nightmare, but the Nightmare Lands are a bad place, full of corruption. Many strong warriors go mad there. Shamans can protect themselves for a little while, but not long.
I'll take your advice to heart. But I need this ritual.
I hope you understand what you do. I don't understand it all, but I will use it to reach the stars. You must protect yourself from the nightmares. I will meet you there. Oh no, I agree completely, Latario. There is no way Palpatine would be stupid enough to not recognize how dangerous it will be to go after Ahsoka. If anything, Palpatine would have probably been on Ahsoka's side, either clandestinely or went around Anakin, to gain support with Anakin.
My lord, Rule Jofin here, Imperial Diplomatic Service. Athelis Callis tells me you're working with the Gormak. Anything to stop them from shooting our people on sight, eh?
I will put a good word in for you if I get the chance.
Well, yes, about that. When it comes to the Gormak, the Voss aren't very understanding. They wouldn't even allow us to keep one for research here on the station. The point is, be careful. When it comes to the Gormak, you never know.
I will keep that in mind. Thank you.
Good luck, my lord, and thank you for your time.
Exactly. Oh no, Palpatine would totally lean into Ahsoka in that. Just completely. Of course, dear child. Of course I believe you're innocent, with Master Skywalker teaching you how could you possibly be guilty. We will have to deal with the cults and figure out why the Jedi would mistakenly believe in your guilt as swiftly as possible. This must be resolved. We must focus on our true enemies. And notice how the way I say that implies the Jedi are their true enemies. Just kind of puts those ideas side by side in there to kind of lean in that direction. I mean, surely the Jedi would have sensed your innocence. I'm not very well versed in the Force myself, but I'm pretty sure they would be able to tell that you did not commit these violent crimes. Okay, I'm here. Where's the thing we're supposed to... Is it up? Is it down? Is it all around? Where's the interactable? BioWare, where's the interactable? It's the door. I cannot interact with the door, which means it probably hasn't respawned yet. Cool. I don't exist. Alright, let's get some riveting video game play in here. Alright, so. Do I think Palpatine viewed Vader as an equal? No! So Zeiss says, I've started rewatching Farscape recently and just finished Season 1. Who's your favorite character in that series and why is it Scorpius? Acting and complexity of character. Not necessarily in that order. Do you think this... Oh, I already answered that. If I could make one change... Oh, I already answered that one too. And I answered that one. I actually answered several of these. No question, just want to share the most monstrous story I've ever written. It's an extremely bittersweet fanfic about someone who lives a full life, goes to visit her old love's grave when they're old. Having lived a full life and reminiscing on the life she led and the relationship she had with her old love, and concluding how, in the end, she would have traded the life she had for more time with her old love. That's interesting. I honestly thought you were going to say she would just give anything to be with her old love one last time. Please. Rise. Anyway, sorry. So what does the mass shadow generator do? Alright, what's my ideal lightsaber? I assume you, of course, mean the hilt, which I've never even thought about. Look, I don't have Frostmourne back there. I don't know what you're talking about. What does the mass shadow generator do? Let's find out. Legends only, please. Dum-de-dum-dum-dum. Drew upon the natural shadows, mass shadows created by planetary bodies. It created gravitation anomalies to unleash catastrophic devastation. That's really vague. It looks like it literally just attacks things with gravity, if I'm reading this even remotely correctly. This is super vague. Nah, whatever. Okay, so, you know what my lightsaber color would be. It would either be black core, white outline, or just plain white. One of the two. Either of those are acceptable to me. That's my lightsaber color. As far as the hilt, I actually really like the pop-out crossguard one they started using in the High Republic stuff. But I don't like the gold and blue color combo. I'd probably rather have something that's more like obsidian with little bits of pearl, I think, accenting it. And a single amethyst on the pommel. And that's what I would go with for that. And yeah, here's Papa Neeks's blade there. Oh my god, it respawned. I don't actually know what hilt I'm using here. I think it's just the generic hilt. I'm not really bothered with my other characters. Did that? Okay, I counted. I counted. And now... back to the dance party. Riveting gameplay. All in favor of a second negative to gameplay? Just for this? This is a mandatory quest, I remind you. This is... well, actually, not mandatory, but the point is this is planetary primary. This is not great. Oh my god. Got it. Anyways. What about you, Neurozess? What's your ideal? You mentioned wood. I actually like the idea of a wooden lightsaber. I am at the safe spot. Favorite example of Palpatine's power? Oh, sorry. Okay. Real talk. My favorite thing that Palpatine has ever done was not getting caught by the Jedi. I know that sounds strange, but I mean that with total sincerity. It's one of the favorite tricks he's ever pulled, in my opinion. Call that a power, call that tremendous self-control, call it compartmentalized mind, whatever you want to call it. The fact that he pulled that off, I think, is awesome. Speaking of which, in the rewrite, there will be no nonsense about some dark side nexus thing under the Jedi Temple, which goes along with that. Screw that crap. Palpatine just does that. Just in general, Blatrevall.
I found these while I was clearing out the Jedi outpost.
This looks like part of the Jedi's defensive strategy for Voss. I'll get this to my superiors immediately. Between these plans and annihilating their base, you've struck a real blow against the Jedi. They'll be too busy trying to rebuild to interfere much with our truce with the Voss. Nice work.
Any responsible citizen could see the Jedi were a threat.
They'll be less of a concern now, thanks to you.
The explosion shook the ground. The Gormak surely know their ship will never fly. Now is our chance to strike a Jokul, their leader. I have sent a strike team ahead. They will need your help. Jokul retreated to his stronghold. He has taken some of our wounded with him.
What kind of defenses does it have? How many Gormak will be guarding it?
The strongest Gormak will guard the king with technology and monstrosities. My second, Kotalde, will join your assault inside.
There are 3 songs I love most Pillars of Snow from WoW. One I can't play because I'll be copywronged for it. Yes, really. It's already happened. But the other 2...
Vehicle paths are currently open for business.
This is obviously one of them. I'm joking. Yeah, screw it. I'll just play a little bit of it. Copy wrong, be damned. Yeah, that's the joke, Jay Palmer. Give you a hint, it's a Horde song. Do we really, Arcana? Oh my god, I think we do. Jesus Christ. Yeah, 2 of my favorite songs in all of WoW were in Warlords. Go figure. Damn, that still hits me. That's such a goddamn good moment. This is the other one. It's actually like 5 songs, but you get it. WoW doesn't have one song for a zone like, say, FF14 does. It has 5 or 8 or 12. Vol'jin, Nero's asks, no question. I like Thrall, both as a character and as a leader, but he's not War Chief. He never was. A properly written Sylvanas is someone I could probably choose to be a War Chief. You know, a Sylvanas that wasn't ruined by the jailer, put simply. And Cairn would be my other big pick. I would also accept Lord Thamar. You didn't specify, Nerazad. You just said of the available war chiefs, which I took to presume to mean existing war chiefs. Lots of stuff, actually, Evo, no joke. But someone asked for my 3 top WoW songs, so here's the 3rd one. This is so far down here. Funny fact, Stromguard was who I played as all the time back in Warcraft 2. It's unrelated, it's just a funny anecdote. Do I think Sylvanas was well written in BFA? No. Sylvanas was well written in Cataclysm, and she was. Yeah, this is a BFA song, by the way. A BFA and 2 Warlord songs. What the hell? It's actually the Stromgarde Warfront, hence why I mentioned the Stromgarde thing earlier. God, I hate the fact that they called that skirmish that lasted for less than an expansion the Fourth War. God, that irritates me. Hi, this is identical to the frickin' Republic quest.
Thank you.
Yep, uh-huh. Yep. This is identical.
None of the
Much
Let's go.
Yep. Any commander.
Uh-huh. We're going after the Gormak King. We'll fight him. He'll give us a lead into the last zone. Oh my gosh, it turns out the Gormak were always Voss. Lore shock. The Voss stay neutral. We meet the three briefly. This is the same frickin' quest chain.
Wise idea.
We will
Damn it, Voss. I mean, personally, I've always mentally thought of the Hellscream War as the Fourth War. But they don't call it that, of course. In fact, it's not called the Hellscream War because, spoilers, it's not called anything. As I discussed when I was looking up stuff for the World of Warcraft series, the massive war that stretches from Wrath to Pandaria does not actually have a name. That's an interesting question, Rosas. Really, no joke. For those of you who don't understand the context of that, Wrath, Kata, Pandaria. That's 3 expansions for a war that has no name. Probably the single largest and most devastating world war that planet has ever seen. Yes, really. It even shows up on the occasional quest that's actually well written, because it still was having impacts as of the Legion's invasion. One of the reasons the Legion's invasion was as damaging as it was because everyone was still reeling from a global war that raged for years. Yeah, imagine if World War II literally didn't have a name. That's kind of the equivalent here. What the... Oh, I'm in combat with something. I don't even know what to say to that. I do, Pillars of Snow. Like I said, there are little tidbits, periodically, of that war still having impact as recently as Shadowlands. If we're being completely blunt, it should have probably been a story arc that the world was so drained of non-stop war of that scale and that severity. But of course, Warcraft writers don't know what logistics means, so most of that's in the realm of headcanon. If I was in charge of BFA, well, that also presumes I'm in charge of Shadowlands. So if I'm in charge of WoW, let's just call that what it is. Let me ask a counter question. Other than N'Zoth, Oh, absolutely, Blade Javal. I've said that for years. A lot of people like to accuse me of being biased and, you know, thinking, oh, FF6 is just the best because you're biased. No, that's stupid. I have absolutely no hesitation of giving something I love negatives. Anybody who implies otherwise is kidding themselves, or just a retard. Excuse my language. I get really pissed when people pull that crap on me. Sorry. Apologies. Alright, I got that accusation recently. It's fresh in my mind. I apologize. Just... Anyways, I've actually lost my train of thought. That pissed me off so hard. I actually lost my train of thought. BFA. So I'm in charge of Warcraft. I don't want N'Zoth. I don't like using that word. It's a pejorative. It's, you know, it's not a kind or pleasant thing to say. Yada, yada, yada. No, I do try not to use that word. You destroyed my ship. I will do the things that we already saw the last time around. Actually, a good question. Did we give this a plus last time? Let's scroll up to the Republic. Yes, we did give this a plus in the Republic primary range. Which leaves us with an interesting question. I'm not even turning the sound back on. It doesn't matter. Ishkundan Daika. That's what you're missing here. Blessed it is. Dutekros. Clean. Blah, 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 blah. Dark Heart, Visions. Forced you to go. There's this evil Dark Lord of the Sith who died there centuries ago. We know all this. We did all this. And Orkana wants to kill him. Okay, sorry. The reason I was talking about what I was going to go with when it comes to the... Are we done down here? We are. Going all the way back to Voss. God, Jesus Christ, this game. Is because I think BFA should have been a bit of a breather expansion. So we would need a relatively smaller scale series of more local problems to deal with as we kind of progress through it. But this is WoW. WoW is still an MMO designed the way it is, and that means we still need to have a big boss fight at the end of an expansion. There needs to be a final boss at the end of the expansion. So I was trying to think of what it should be. Now, N'Zoth is the easy answer. There is that last piece of Nightmare, which could actually tie into N'Zoth if we wanted to go that way. And yeah, exactly, Neurozos. The only reason I don't want to do N'Zoth is it feels... I don't know, it doesn't feel right to just dive in that direction with it.
News of your victory preceded you. The entire city is talking of it. They say you took this so-called Gormak king captive. The fools are entirely convinced you are the agent of their prophecy. Well done indeed.
Sama Ro said something about bringing new wisdom.
Which could mean anything. It might even refer to Voss joining the Empire. It's nothing. Sama Ro has already asked for an audience with you. Emissary, my associates have returned. I believe you were anxious to see them?
The Gormak ship has been destroyed. They shall not reach the stars. You are the one from the vision. The three have heard the report of your battle with Chokol. They are troubled. Gormak are not mystics. They have no visions. This is the new wisdom the prophecy foretold. It lies in the dark heart.
I need more information on this place. Who or what is in there?
The dark heart is an evil place deep within the Nightmare Lands. We are forbidden to go there. We do not know what it holds. You must return to us with this knowledge.
I would be more than proud to help.
You have our gratitude.
Well done. One final move, and Voss will be ours. It won't be simple. Even the most powerful Sith have not made it far into the Dark Heart.
What's kept us from exploring it?
The power of the dark side is overwhelming there, strong enough that it drives even Sith mad. Dark Lord Murbeck Gen dwells on the edge of the Dark Heart, studying its power. He alone has managed to withstand the madness. Seek him in the Nightmare Lands. He must know a way for you to defend yourself from the dark power.
Okay. I think I know the way I want to deal with it. Hear me out, okay? Don't throw rocks at me. I would make the final boss of BFA Ashara. I would have her... I would have the second to last boss fight, the second to last raid, be trying to core down to N'Zoth with Ashara's assistance. With the assistance of the Naga and all that. And, you know, we do it, we succeed. Ashara's quite grateful. Thank you so much. And you already see where I'm going with this. Have a lot of the events of BFA be her trying to maneuver the most powerful individuals on the planet, us, in direct opposition to the one still holding her leash. N'Zoth is, as of BFA, the last surviving old god on Azeroth. He's the brain, and he's the schemer. He's behind a lot of stuff in the series. And we've already got connections to the old gods in the Drust, in the Tide Priests over on the Alliance side. We've got the Swamp Trolls or whatever over on Papanix, are you there? Oh yeah, the Blood Trolls. Like, there's lots of ways to connect things. We're on a bit of a timer. I was supposed to cut off stream 12 minutes ago. Okay, Arcana's on his way. Never mind. We'll wait.
Seravan thinks he's so clever pretending to be interested in the secrets of the Dark Heart.
Yeah, we'll wait. I would say that the old gods are dead. No. I've always liked the bullets idea. I'm sticking with it. The Void Lords are still a problem, but the old gods, they're dead. Yogg's dead. Y'Sharaj is dead. Cthulhu, dead.
Seravan thinks he's so clever pretending to be interested in the secrets of the Dark Heart. He doesn't appreciate the genius of my work.
What are your gloves,
How
sir?
intricate the dark powers are. I do the important work on Voss. Who in the Emperor's name are you?
We killed them, Andrew.
You're a friendly one, aren't you?
You should not be here. The dark power in this place will shatter your mind into 1,000 pieces. It takes hours of meditation every day for me to keep my mind intact.
You have my attention.
That tomb is the source. If I can explore its depths, all will be revealed. I will harness the power here, and with it I will bring the galaxy to its knees for the Emperor. Then I shall. Who are you? What do you want?
Tell me how to endure the power here.
I pulled this shard from the belly of the Dark Heart. Madness calls to it. There are 2 ways to defend your mind. Carry it with you while you carve a path of destruction through the denizens of the Nightmare Lands.
Some elaboration is required.
The hatred and agony of your victims will charge the shard. Then you must channel the shard's power into a Varanticus. The Varanticus will become an embodiment of madness. Killing it will grant you mastery over that aspect of the dark power.
Tell me what to do.
If you're concerned, there is an alternative.
Jeez, Evo.
There are shrines in the Nightmare Lands. Jedi in origin. There you could draw out and destroy the madness within the shard. Not as elegant a solution, but it should work. So, will you slaughter beasts, or seek the shrines.
I'll take my chances with the Jedi ruins.
Possible. You should still yield some data, I suppose. Return to me when you're finished. I will make sure the protective ritual is complete.
I don't know if you've noticed, Nira says, but my character's name is Ivo Iliani. So. Help me. My master sent me in, and there's these crazed people, and it's evil, but I can't fail.
I guess it's a bad time to be you.
My master hates me. He expects me to die, but I need to get his artifacts. Please, please.
I have wronged you.
Don't worry about me. Just bring the artifacts to the outpost, please. Oh God, I'm so pathetic. Oh God, there's a worse place, psychotic? Jesus. I don't want to think about that.
Lem, stop chewing on... Do I need to get out the penalty collar? Excuse the tantrum. Lem here wandered too far into the Nightmare Lands, went completely mad. Now he's helping me perfect my new vaccine. A remarkable specimen, but tedious company.
I sense much corruption within him.
He's deteriorated far beyond any hope of recovery. Still, he's been a model test subject. Clinical trials of the vaccine have been promising. My serum repels the Nightmare Land's degenerative effects and boosts pain tolerance. All my formula requires is the catalyst, sap from a very special tree in the Nightmare Lands. Unfortunately, the sap is a delicacy of the local raid population, something to wash down all those troops they've been snacking on.
I take it the raid don't want anyone stealing their dessert.
The 2 expeditions I sent ended, violently judging by the screaming comm babble. My vaccine will allow us to one-up the Republic and establish a solid foothold in the Nightmare Lands. We must have that sap. Get me some and I'll give you a sample of the first batch of my completed serum.
I'd say we've come to an agreement.
One more thing. Constant exposure to the corrupted sap has changed the raid, mutated them into something worse. They're a constant threat to our operations. If you were to thin their numbers, I'm sure you'd be compensated.
That's actually pretty messed up, psychotic. Anyways. Where are we going? Where are we going? All over the place. Oh my God. Alright. So Evo asked a question I don't have an answer to. She says, she likes to do that. Do you know of any examples of good, edgy storytelling? I've actually talked about this before. I think the way my mind works, I can't think of good and edgy in the same sentence. Because by definition, the way I think of it, is the moment you hit edgy is the moment you have left good storytelling and entered bad storytelling. Now, can I think of good, tragic storytelling? Sure. Or dark storytelling? Tons. But edgy? Not so much. Oh, there it is. God dang, it's right there. Well, no, again, that's just kind of how my brain kind of pushes it in there, right? It's edgy! Because the problem is what edgy actually means. So let's ignore headcanon definitions for a moment. Let's actually talk about real definitions. What edgy means is pushing the envelope, right? Now that sounds neutral, sure. But the issue is, most of the time, if a story goes out of its way to write itself for the sole and explicit purpose of trying to push the boundaries, aka not actually trying to be a good story, or an interesting story, or a fun story, just trying to be edgy, trying to, provoke, then generally speaking, you are not making a good story. You are making a bad one. Can it do both? No. Because that would require good writing. And as we've already described, edginess is bad writing. I think we just talked about this, Eva. Yeah, Mass Effect... You know what? Mass Effect 3 is edgy. It's a good example. Okay, obviously you can have something that pushes the boundaries and is still good. Because obviously you can have a story that happens to push boundaries and you know, is good. That's probably a thing that exists. I can't think of an example of that off the top of my head, but that's just because I'm a moron. That's not against that. So there probably is such an example somewhere of a story that actually pushes boundaries and happens to be good. I suppose there's also the other side of this. So, for example, Dr. Winter just mentioned Dragon Age Origins, to which I can immediately say, but Dragon Age Origins isn't edgy. It has edgy moments, but the story as a whole is not edgy at all. Which then made me think, well, at that point, though, then the edgy part isn't really the story. The rest of the story is the story, and it happens to have this edgy moment, which also happens to be bad. If you remember, I gave a negative for the edge in Dragon Age Origins. And Witcher 3, while we're on the subject. It's another good example. So it's like, well, nope, the edge is still bad in both cases. Now, Papanik says, well, Diablo is an edgy story. Diablo 1 actually is an edgy story. It's also not good. Like, you know Diablo 1's story, right? Wow, that was a hell of a camera bug. Jesus, do you see that? So no, I think I'm going to just kind of pass on that, Evo. I'm sorry. You can have something evocative, you can have something dark, you can have something tragic, but I think by the time we've reached edgy, because I have this answer ready because I've thought about this recently, this very year, Evo. I think by the time you reach something I would classify as edgy is the moment we have left good storytelling and entered bad. That's up. Gosh darn it. This is a new chair. I mean, it's a new chair as of like 2 weeks ago, but yes, this is a new chair. I'm sorry, Evo. Have I ever eaten an entire habanero? Actually, yeah. Although I didn't eat it one bite. I ate it in like 2. I don't think it was big. It's probably... So, define edgy for me, and then maybe we can talk about it. Let's see. So, Carwela says, did you know that they made it so that Nihilus' mask was actually in D20, the Wizards of the Coast 220, and apparently it allows non-Force users to use the Force on the levels of an average apprentice. That is what we call an artifact. Good God. I didn't know that, though. Damashi says, favorite and least favorite BioWare soundtrack. I should have cut off 20 minutes ago, yeah, but god damn it, I want to finish this stupid planet. So, least favorite BioWare soundtrack. If we're counting Baldur's Gate, Baldur's Gate. That's easy. I can't even name a single Baldur's Gate song I actually like. Favorite? That's actually tough for me. But I think I'm going to default to something that's going to make everyone look at me as if I'm stupid. Neverwinter Nights. What the heck is Elric, Evo? Is that one of those amazing books that only smart people read? Because I can't do that. It's against the code. Hang on a second. Like, Neverwinter Nights actually has some pretty legit music in it. Get out of my way so I can do the thing. There we go. So, like, I don't know. Let's just do, like, this song, for example. Turn the volume down. No, Metroid Dread had a pretty good soundtrack. Actually, yes, Evo. Still don't think I've read it, but that does sound familiar. Might have been one of my mother's that I read. Why am I driving? I need to be hurrying it up. Let's see. While this plays, what else we got here? How would I write cosmic horror into my setting? Okay, obviously I wouldn't. Let's just start with that. Cosmic horror has no place within the extant. Oh, sorry. My apprentice. Oh, he was alive. I didn't think he'd survive. Huh. Perhaps I misjudged that pathetic creature. Snivel, 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 snivel. The wretch is probably dead by now. Forget him. A weakling to the end. Thank you for the artifacts. Go away forever. Goodbye. Next quest. Let's go. Sound back on. Put the sound back on. No, Ross. I will be slamming that game, but I won't be giving it any negatives.
I'm done. I cleansed the shard at the shrines.
You did? This throws all my calculations into disarray. Very well. Let me see the shard now.
What's the difference between edgy and edge?
Good. Entirely purged. I will record this test as successful.
Am I sufficiently protected against the insanity?
You are as protected as I can make you. Whether that is sufficient remains to be seen. So, you will venture into the dark heart? Sherivan sends you out there, does he? Yes, I'm sure he did. Very well. You are an unusual specimen. I don't know what will result from
I know,
this.
right? The shorts are just
The
fantastic.
deepest secrets of the dark heart lie through the grim warrens. Whatever you seek, it is likely there.
Puzzle loop? Should be. What's puzzle loop? Help me out, Mr. Red. I'm trying to keep track of 5 things at once, and I'm failing at all of them. I have the ability to rewind time and make Sylvanas a great character. What do I do? I make her the Sylvanas from Cataclysm. If I was given the full freedom to write a story that takes place during the huge gap of time between the War of the Ancients and the War of the Three Hammers, what would it be about? Unfortunately, you actually jumped on one of the first story ideas I had. I'm going to skip the data pack quest. Which was, write about Arathor. Write about the creation of Stromgarde. Write about the division into the 7 kingdoms. There's so much possible storytelling you could do there. There are bits and pieces of information there. A lot of which comes up during Legion, for example. But, like, lean into that, absolutely. Do I give a positive for example, the mere existence of the time gimmick by itself? I mean, ignore my definitions, Dr. Wencher. First of all, we all know my definition is terrible. And second of all, the literal definition of edgy is something that tries to deliberately provoke a response, usually by pushing boundaries, predominantly in a manner that requires going into uncomfortable or taboo topics. South Park is edgy, to use an example. Would I bring back Warfronts? I would expand Warfronts. Are you kidding me? I loved Warfronts. Could you do me a favor and link me in my review, Mr. Red? Just save me the trip. I cannot speak to this person. I knew you would come to me. I am evil. Yeah, this,
You ordained him? You're...
Yeah, this, hang on. Let's see if I can get involved in this. I probably can't. Hang on. Okay, let me get further away. Pepsi Man! Nope, still can't talk to him. Wow. 13. Gameplay plus 13. Mr. Red, that's the other one. Okay, so I'm just gonna leave group. I'm not even gonna mess with this. I'm not even gonna mess with this. Let's just do this. Let's have the camera wig out as it is wont to do. There is time. Quack! Quiskly! Quack? Quiskly? Ask quickly, Evo. Quick! I'm losing my marbles. Hey! Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, die.
I still remember some of my combat training.
Well, generally speaking, in my experience, I should probably mention that this isn't so much my definition as my experience. That's important. I'm not trying to inflict my will on the universe. I do that plenty of other ways. But in my experience, if something is edgy, it's because it's deliberately going out of its way to be so. And in the process, it's almost always failing at it. If there's something that is thought-provoking, then that is thought-provoking. If there's something that just kind of makes you cringe a little bit or walk away from uncomfortably, that's probably edgy. Does that make sense? Probably not. I just got a new AoE. I will put that here for now, I think. I got another button, too. I'm evil!
Your debt. I have been a prisoner. You have quit.
Yep. I don't care. I don't care. We've been through this all before.
What?
Selmakor is behind everything. He's some ancient Sith who was here for centuries, and he's dead. It's the exact same freaking quest. Moving on. Yeah, where's your quack? Favorite example of a villain protagonist. Walter White's a good one. Honestly, my knee-jerk answer was actually Kerrigan. That is to say, the Queen of Blades Kerrigan. No, I agree, Dr. Winter, and that's why I'm kind of struggling on this one. Unlike some definitions, which I'm rather firm in, I don't really have a particularly good, stands the test definition of edgy. It's just usually it's like, yep, okay, cool. Gotta get that 90s extreme in. Very important. Let's see. So we've got Kerrigan, we've got Walter White. The problem is I'm having trouble even thinking of. Do I have to go up? Please tell me I don't have to go up. I have to go up. I hate this planet. Kratos? Actually, yeah, that would probably qualify too. Yeah, I'll go. Kratos is a good answer. I'm actually going to stick with that one, I think. Kratos. Final answer. Yep, there's the way up. I knew it. It's the exact opposite end from where you come at it from, because designed to waste your time. If you disallow Kratos, then I'm running out of ideas. I don't know a lot of villain protagonists. It's further up. Oh my god! I suppose, Light Yagami would qualify. Don't care for him much as a character, but he would probably qualify. Bowser, I hesitate to even qualify as a villain, but that's unrelated. Just do this. Nom, 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 nom. Alright, are we done here? No. Gotta take a potato chip and eat it! No, I think if you pushed me into a corner and started beating me up, as you do every afternoon, you could just have my lunch money, okay, Eva? You don't have to beat me up for it. I'd probably go with either Death Knight Arthas or Kerrigan, and yes, I know they're both Blizzard characters, and no, I don't care. They're both also kind of technicallys, and I still don't care. So I'm going to go with those two. There was another part of your question? Well, hang on. Let's scroll down a bit here. If Arthas hadn't picked... That's not your question. If Arthas hadn't picked up Frostborn, could he still become the Lich King? Very unlikely. Do I like this type of protagonist? I can't even think of this type of protagonist. I can't even come up with an example of this type of protagonist. It's like walking up to me and saying, all right, Laura, I want you to imagine a grape the size of a watermelon that's filled with coconut oil. And I'm like, okay. And then you're like, okay, do you like this type of fruit? And I'm like, I don't know. I can't even think of an example of one. I suppose Thanos from Infinity War would kind of qualify. Kane from Blood Open would definitely qualify. That's actually a good example. What am I doing here? What am I doing? Other than stealthing. Don't mind me. I'm not here. I'm gonna change my answer. We're over to Thanos instead of Kratos. In one movie. You're probably thinking, why not pick Kane? I mean, Kane's got an amazing voice actor, but he sucks. That's a lie. But I am sorry I'm generating work for you, Mr. Red. He is a vampire, that's true. Hard to argue. Hey, dude. Oh, yeah, no, I'm way over the usual cutoff time. And admittedly, it's pissing me off, because this planet won't end! Stop wasting my time, planet! Gormak do not have strange glowing crystals. It looks like corruption. We should destroy it.
I'm inclined to agree.
Didn't work. Crystal's too strong. Let Gormak try.
Voss, why are you here?
I'm here for healing.
I am Dalrin.
Of course, Evo.
I am the teacher of the rock.
But hurry. Do not trust it. It is Voss Nightmare. Voss Vision Hammer. It should be killed.
You need to calm down.
I don't like this unkillable Voss. Teach us this ritual. Quick!
We made the rock to ward off the nightmare. Healer, take the rock, meditate, transform the nightmare. Patient, defeat the nightmare, use the rock.
He uses the rock on the nightmares, and then I fight them. And then I take the rock and receive healing?
Correct. Safe journey.
I understand. Voss speaks in strange words. What are we doing?
When the nightmares arrive, I'll show you what to do.
Puppies. I hope you're right. Okay. Tell us, you with me in this weird dream state? Probably Bounty Hunter, Lothario. And yes. Okay. That was strange, but alright, I'm not going to question. I actually recognize one of those, Evo. I'm almost impressed.
You are the most beautiful woman I've ever... What are you doing? Don't let me die again!
What are you waiting for? Use the dream rock.
I'm trying. Corruption is hard. Strong here. Hard to fight. Oh god. Yeah, Mercer from Prototype. That's definitely... Dorian Gray, Evo.
What is this? What? No sense of humor? You won't beat me that easily.
I don't think Batman qualifies as a villain protagonist. I could be wrong. Some people would disagree with me on this fact.
Desist by order of the Imperial Reclamation Service.
I haven't read Crime and Punishment since I was a kid, Evo. I didn't recognize the name at all. You know, ironically, I didn't either, Lothario, which kind of pissed me off then, when they made it in the second game that you were always evil, and it's like, wait, but no, I wasn't. What are you talking about? Thank you, Retro Mantra. Very much appreciate that sub. Thank you very much. If you want to put that towards something in particular, please let me know. Yeah, someone said Walter White, like, immediately when we first brought up the question a few minutes ago.
Sith, this is the end for you. You have no more tricks. Wait, what's happening? What are you doing?
Nothing. Probably, Dr.
You
Winter.
still haven't come to terms with the wickedness of your ways, have you?
Yes, he was pancakes.
You will die.
No, I'm with you, Lothario. Hey, perfect timing on the music. Honestly, we should probably do that. There we go. I mean, none of the examples I just mentioned would I qualify as edgy. None of the examples that I've been given would qualify as edgy either, so I'm going to lean towards a no.
Apprentice, how wonderful to see you again. I was just working on a new ritual. No, stop. But you can't do this to me again. Stop!
Die, snake!
You heard him. Kill the snake. I don't know. I wouldn't call Light particularly edgy, but that's just me. I mean, he's evil. I mean, did you see those poor potato chips? I like this one. Edgiest line of dialogue I've ever seen. What is glass if not tortured sand? Game? Game? Am I here? Hello? Hello? Kefka? Kefka? Oh yeah, also, the trailer for the Titans thing. Okay, abort for all. What the crap?
So this is the end, then? I somehow always knew it would come to this. You and me.
May the worms eat you. May your name vanish from all record. May your children die in their youth.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. What are you talking about? A little edgy. I'd hurry, Evo. Look, the dream rock glows. Did Voss says you should take it once the nightmares are dead.
I am most grateful.
What's happening? The more protagonists, the better, Evo. On the one hand, this is a consequence of us being very stupid. On the other hand, this shows just how far we're willing to go to, survive and win. It says a lot about us, actually. Voss, wake up. The healing is done. You are a whole warrior again, strong and brave.
I'm not sure what I just witnessed, but it was the most remarkable thing. These seeds you used are most unusual. And that crystal. But more to the point, have you warded off your ghostly visitors?
They will not rebel against me again.
Excellent. I've already notified the others about escorting your helper here off-world.
Have them use one of the supply crates off the ship to move him. We can't have the Voss noticing him.
Of course I keep my end of the bargain. You want people to be willing to work with you. So you are willing to work with them. The camera. Okay. Okay, I think we're actually at just turn-ins. I think we're inches. Inches! Exactly, Dr. Winter. As much as I'm kind of sick of Voss, and I absolutely am, I actually really like Sith Inquisitor's story arc here. It's totally positive worthy. Absolutely. I guess I'll do this myself.
I have the materials you asked for.
I knew you'd fare better than the others. Third time's the charm. May I? Oh yes, this should complete my vaccine perfectly. We'll start mass producing it immediately.
How long before you can start distributing the vaccine?
Not long. Probably get a few more cases like Lem in the meantime, but such is science. You hear that, Lem? Our work here is done. Too bad there's nothing I can do about your condition. Oh well.
Uh-oh.
I can always use
we aggroed something. We aggroed the bonus series. Run! Zach Taft asked a question about heroes. What does it say about a hero if they try to save an enemy? A hero attempts to save a stormtrooper from blowing up a roof, but fails! But still tried. I mean, that's a good action. Making the attempt is important. Intent is important. You can flip that too, Zach Taft. If I point a gun at you, thinking it's loaded, and pull the trigger, I am guilty of attempted murder, because I intended to kill you. The fact that there was no bullet in the gun doesn't change that. So, the flip is true as well. Also, I personally think that Alex Mercer 2 qualifies as a different person, but that's just me. That's getting into mind forks again.
Dark power has a name. Sel Makor. I fought one of its servants, who claimed to have given Jokal his visions.
This is something the Voss should hear. They've been pestering me endlessly since you left. My associates have returned as prophesied. In the Dark Heart, they defeated the creature that sent Jokal his visions.
Thank you for defeating this creature, outsider. We await the wisdom the mystic foretold.
Your learning will shape Voss's future among the stars.
I'm sure you've discovered something you can tell the three. Something relevant to the Empire's negotiations, perhaps?
The Voss and the Gormak were once the same race. And now something in the Dark Heart feeds on your conflict.
Yeah, Sel McCor. We're gonna go over this.
The Voss are not kin to those beasts.
Calm yourself, Guntermeer. Perhaps the outsider speaks metaphorically.
No.
No interpretation of such a claim can be true.
My associate only meant that all life on Voss is connected. This is why you must have outsider allies to defeat the Dark Heart.
I do not like this. I will carry your words to the mystics. They will guide us.
You accept that I'm telling you the truth.
You gain nothing by telling us this tale. You have no reason to lie.
You believe this?
I believe the mystics. The vision is fulfilled. We will speak again, Ambassador Saravan. The mystics will consider what has been said here.
He's probably not going to be happy with us.
Did the Dark Heart erode your wits? You've thrown away any hope of an alliance with Voss. And for what?
They'll be grateful to us for the truth, once they've adjusted to the idea.
Or perhaps the Voss will remain the obstinate, irrational nitwits they've always been. You've jeopardized our entire position on this planet. Don't think you've heard the end of this.
Well, by all means, buddy.
Make yourself an obstacle if you want, Saravan. You won't be the first Sith Lord I've crushed underfoot.
Appropriate music. Seriously, bring it. Pissant. Might actually make a mental note to kill him later anyways, just to cover our bases. Ugh, alright. We're done. We have concluded every planet in totality with one exception. One horrible, terrible exception. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow... I can't take it. I can't take it!